Mm-hmm. Ooh. Yes, we are. Welcome. Let's go. Buster.
So Euclid is a fantasy model. Bev is model afflicted.
Well, it's wrong.
Wait, Euclid is a fantasy. Have you read the book? It's called Euclid's Elements. That's really good. You should give it a look.
Well, it's wrong.
Yeah, well, probably one of the most perfect books ever wrote.
Well, it's wrong
as well.
Well, it's wrong.
What, Euclid's Elements are wrong?
No, it's wrong, isn't it?
I don't know. You say it's wrong. Like you've just
on
said
the
it
surface,
three or four times there. But how is it wrong? You just saying that Euclid's Elements is wrong. Euclidean geometry is wrong. Brenda.
Right.
This is getting old, Brenda. I mean, come on. You've got to do better than that. You're not going to sell many globes talking like that.
It's wrong.
Yep.
It's wrong because in the presence of gravity, space is non-Euclidean.
Hyperbolic geometry is not the same, right, as reality.
Okay, well, that's good.
However,
you did say it was in reality, though. So where would you find that?
It's a better description of reality than
Well,
Euclid.
it's wrong.
It's better.
What?
Do you have like the book on hyperbolic geometry with the author's name and all the definitions and axioms and all, or do you just add it on as book 16 to Euclid? Like, what's going on?
Well, it's wrong.
So general relativity. So Euclid is a fantasy. So Euclid is a fantasy. Bev is model afflicted.
Wait, Euclid is a fantasy. Have you read the book? It's called Euclid's Elements. That's really good. You should give it a look over.
Well, it's wrong.
So Euclid is a fantasy model.
That's child abuse.
Please don't be model afflicted like Brenda.
That's child abuse. That's child abuse.
You are model afflicted.
Euclid is fantasy.
That's child abuse.
But space-time geometry is real. Wow, Brenda, you outdid yourself.
I have in my imagination land, try to focus. If I use Euclidean geometry
that's child
to
abuse.
describe reality, I have in my imagination land, which is real.
It's inherent in nature.
Well, it's wrong.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You just on
I don't understand the doublespeak. I don't understand the contradictions.
I'm not sure that I would call myself a diletheist. I don't understand diletheism, because that's what logic is.
Yeah.
Absolutely foundational, right?
And there are different logics with different axioms. Well, it's limited by imagination, so I can just bend it in my imagination. I'm not sure that I would call myself a diletheist. I don't understand diletheism. Well, it's limited by imagination, so I can just bend it in my imagination.
Can you explain to us why they disagree?
That's child abuse. That's child
Because
abuse.
it turns out I can just bend it in my imagination. Space-time is non-Euclidean.
Well, it's wrong.
Euclidean.
Yeah.
One of Kant's well-known mistakes.
It's not my problem that you don't want to learn. You just on your own.
Well, if the current, so if the plane is saddle-shaped, so I can just bend it in my imagination. If the plane if you bend it, make it saddle-shaped, then
It's not a plane then, Brenda.
You think things are doublespeak, but that's because you don't understand. Well, if the plane is curved, so I can just bend it in my imagination. If the plane is saddle-shaped,
Plane?
if the plane if you bend it, make it saddle-shaped, then
It's not a plane then, Brenda. This is getting old, Brenda. I mean, come on. You've got to do better than that. You're not going to sell many globes talking like that.
So I can just bend it in my imagination. It's obvious to
Up
everybody.
your game, Brenda.
No, I have.
You're meant to be an expert at this. Aren't you? Aren't you one of the best?
No, so I can just bend it in my imagination. Well-known mistakes.
Well, it's wrong.
I just understand.
It's wrong.
It's not my problem that you don't want to learn.
It's inherent nature.
It's a description.
That's a quote.
That's what it is. They need Euclidean geometry to do all their stolen concept shit.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worry.
As a front.
You're just on your own.
But in the back, they're doing their magic globe shit.
No logic, no answers to question.
Their magic globe shit.
You're just on your own.
Yes, that's what logic is.
Yeah, absolutely foundational, right?
And there are different logics with different accents.
Reality, yeah.
It's inherent. It's inherent in nature.
It's a description.
That's a quote.
Transcendental, relating to the spiritual realm.
You read the second one. That's interesting.
Kantian philosophy. Is that what you're after? You like a bit of Kant? Presupposed and necessary to experience a priori. Well, I've heard QE say that a lot. Is that a better way of saying it? A priori. And we are long. Monday. Model Affliction Monday. Welcome in. If you want to come and talk about your model. Mainly, I think I'm not too sure anybody wants to come and talk about the model. So I think it's going to be up to us to talk about all of the afflictions that we've noticed upon these places where the model leads people into strange arguments and strange places. We don't take them there. The model takes them there. They're already within the narrative of the model. They can't really get out of it. You just have to guide them down the road for them to say some stupid shit. We're just lucky enough to have found a key to unlock this. Cogdis. It's geometry, basic geometry, but geometry is founded on logic, so it's really the logic, and logic is just the art of conversation. It's the art of debate, being able to structure sentences together to make logical sense. Makes sense, and this way of thinking, once you can step out of the programming that everybody's been given since childhood, right? I think it's all comes from childhood, but there's ways you can get rid of it. Most people that are listening, most people that do this sort of stuff, they've already released themselves of it. It's easy to do though. Once you start on the path, thinking for yourself and getting out of that matrix. Now, if you can't see that you're in the matrix or whatever, then I mean we're all in it. There's no way of actually getting out of it. But you can only be aware of it or not aware of it. Some people don't like being aware of it. They hide away. That's not what we're here for. We're here for hopefully trying to find a way to find simple truths, but just to lead people on the start, just to get going with it. The journey's our own to do. What we hope to do here is to make you aware of the programming that's been done, and then you can take it from yourself and just continue on the path on your own. So just to put you up to date with the thing, we've been obviously, if you were up to date with when we had, it was around Christmas time, Thanksgiving we started, and I did a video, Turkey Bob, about there being no geometric proofs of the globe model. It didn't go down too well from the globe side, but it featured Bob in a conversation that we had. And then obviously after that, he was meant to be having another conversation with Mobius. It went a bit weird. We didn't know why. He just didn't seem to want to talk to any of us, and he went off on his own. Now, there's a few things that have happened, and Bob got really upset. And I feel like he was trying to actually vindictively shut the channel down. For whatever reason. Might become apparent in a bit. But he got upset with us to the point that he copyright struck 2 videos. Well, he was doing loads more before that. He was putting down takedown requests, and I was having to take the video down, clip a bit out of it, and then put it, re-upload it back again. And then Bob would say, "Oh, I still want this bit taken out of it." So I took it down, did all of that sort of stuff, and he didn't realize, he didn't think that was good enough. So then he started taking copyright strikes, which 3 copyright strikes can see your channel terminated. He did 2. He's done another one just recently. 3 months ago. So he did the copyright strikes, but the way you can get you have to be able to get copyright strikes off is for you to go into a legal battle where you have to dox yourself to the person that's doing it. Now, obviously, Bob has sent me a copyright strike, so I mean, copy. Put it in the Discord live chat. So this is the video. Ooh. Let me get that. So just recently, I mean, I've had the ones from 3 months ago were taken down, and this one, as somebody's made a copyright claim, a copyright takedown request. So the content was removed by somebody who's unknown. And the video is called Bob's Shorter Than a Straight Line Distance. Now this is yes, Expose Antarctica says Bob is a baby. So he's took this video that we're going to be going over in a bit has been copyright struck by Bob. Like I say, I've just had 2 copyright strikes taken, and it only takes 3 to lose your channel. Luckily, I haven't lost my channel, and we're still here. But Bob's copywriting stuff to try and obviously to try and take us down. Now, this video was recorded about the same sort of time that the initial stuff was done 3 months ago. Now, I wanted to put this video out then, but because Bob was doing all of the copyright striking stuff, I thought it wouldn't be safe because he would copyright strike us for it and try and get the channel shut down, which turns out it's right. He did it again, but he didn't quite take the channel down, unfortunately, and now the other ones have gone. So it's a video that somebody has well, I mean, this is quite, you guys will see whether copyright strike was necessary for this video. So it was a video, a recording of Rakia over in Bob's. It was when he had a 24-hour or 20, it was either the 24/7 or the 12/7 or the 8/5 or 5/5 or whatever Bob did when his channel was streaming live 24/7. Now it is not 24/7. It is a Rakia conversation, and when Rakia did this, he came back over here and said, record that conversation for me because it's a classic. So I did. I recorded the conversation from in this Discord server for Rakia, and I didn't really do anything with it because obviously Bob was on a bit of a fret and he was issuing copyright strikes, and I didn't want to lose the channel. But I think this is what it was all about. Now, this conversation has reared its head in a different way. I guess we can do that afterwards. We can the implications of this particular conversation. Right, so you guys are gonna need wait a minute. Sort this screen out. There you go. Oh, my PC's acting up a bit. Oh, come on. Oh, Discord's just acting a bit slow for us. Does this every now and again. When it comes on, you guys should have it. Discord. Oh, come on. Are we live? You guys have got that there, have you?
Yeah, we just got it. We're good.
Okie dokie. And let me just check. Right, transition over there. Okay. Now, as you'll see, this video, I tried to take all of Bob's stuff off it. It's just voice, and this is Rakia. So let's see. You guys in on the Discord? Let us know how it goes over there. What's the sound levels like? Are they good? My mic, I changed the setting on my mic. It might.
You sound great on Discord. You sound good.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So we'll listen to this. It's only a 20-odd minute video. If anybody wants to pause or let us know, just shout up.
But, you know, even if we didn't have R, the Great Circle would still be the shortest distance across the surface of the Earth, because the Earth is a sphere.
But Rakia, here's the problem that I think you're having. You see my smiling face? Rakia, I'm agreeing with you. Now, I have two distances. One is a straight line distance on a flat Earth between Michigan and Florida that's 1,050 miles.
That's not possible.
Rakia, I'm agreeing with you. Don't tell me what. Wait until I'm done and then bring up your questions. I have a straight line distance on the Earth that is 1,050 miles. I have a great circle distance between the same 2 points of 900 miles. My odometer, when I make that trip, reads 950. Now, my question to you is this.
No, you didn't do that, and no,
Now,
it
you
wouldn't
look
be
at a
possible.
perfect distance between 2 points, either a great circle or a straight line. You're never going to make that because you're going to have curves and hills. You're absolutely correct.
That's not possible.
But you cannot make that trip. If my odometer is 950
No, you didn't
miles,
do that, and no, it wouldn't be
distance
possible.
is 1,050 miles. Rakia, I'm agreeing with you. How do I shave 100 miles off that straight line distance on a flat?
That's not possible. On paper, you couldn't.
Okay, in reality, can I do it?
That's not possible. On paper.
I didn't ask you on paper. I said very clearly, in reality.
That's not possible.
In reality,
I don't know what you're talking about. You mean that's not possible?
Can I make a trip that is a straight line distance?
No, you didn't do that, and no, it wouldn't be possible.
Can I make that trip in 950 miles? Is it possible?
That's not possible. No, you didn't do that, and no, it wouldn't be possible in reality in your car.
It would not be possible.
That's not possible. Because you can't do it. It's not a straight line.
Rakia, I'm agreeing with you. You're right. You could go further. Rakia, I'm agreeing with you. You can go further, but you cannot go less. Do you agree that you cannot
go
less than the minimum straight line distance between those 2 points on a flat Earth?
Yeah, I agree. That's not possible.
Okay, great. I did that.
That's not possible.
I cut 100 miles off that straight line distance because I drove the distance. And my odometer said 100 miles less than the straight line distance.
No, you didn't do
that. It was 50 miles more than the great circle distance. Rakia, I'm agreeing with you. So I have effectively ruled out the possibility that could have been a flat Earth between one. Do you see why? Can I make a trip that is a straight line distance of 1,050 miles? Can I make that trip in 950 miles? Is it possible? Rakia, I'm agreeing with you.
No, you didn't do that, and no, it wouldn't be possible in reality in your car.
It would not be possible. Rakia, I'm agreeing with you. You can go further, but you cannot go less. Do you agree that you cannot go less than the minimum straight line distance between those 2 points on a flat Earth?
Yeah, I agree.
Do you agree that you cannot go less than the minimum straight line distance between those 2 points on a flat Earth?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Okay, great. I did that. I cut 100 miles off that straight line distance. Okay, great. I did that. I cut 100 miles off that straight line distance. Can I make a trip that is a straight line distance of 1,050 miles? Can I make that trip in 950 miles? Is it possible?
No, you didn't do that, and no, it wouldn't be possible in reality in your car.
It would not be possible. Rakia, I'm agreeing with you. It would not be possible. Okay, great. I did that. Rakia, I'm agreeing with you. I did that. I cut one because I drove the distance. It would not be possible. My odometer said 100 miles less than the straight line distance. It was 50 miles more. It would not be possible than the great circle distance. Is if the Earth was flat and I drew the triangle out, that triangular leg between Florida and Michigan was say...
Right, before we go into the Buster song, that's an intro, right? Now, I do this. I don't know whether everybody knows this. I do this all the time. That initial bit is me dicking about with cutting it all up. So what we do at the beginning, we have an intro that tries to let everybody know what's going on there. And I think what Bob just said is pretty vital, because the model has messed up Bob that much that he thinks he can drive a car 150 miles less than a straight line distance between A and B. So
it's remarkable.
That bit then that everybody's heard just there is just voice. You saw it was all DP's memes, Ruhif numbers, straight line. There was the try thinking, and Bob. And now we're into a Buster song. So there's obviously cuts been made on that recording. Bob didn't do that. That's all of my work. I cut all of that initial bit of the video to make all of the points because Rakia asked me to. right? So hopefully that's what the beginning bit was to show. I wanted to overemphasize the fact that Bob is, well, he's definitely said that he did that. That was impossible. He said it was impossible, and then he said he did that. So, here we go. This is the Buster song of the cuts. This is, don't forget, Bob has copyrighted this video. He thinks all of this video is his. He's took it down. Because it's his material, he thinks. Ask yourself whether that's right or not. We go.
Because the Earth is a sphere.
1,050 miles. I did that. I cut a great 100 distance between those 2 points was 900 miles. If I drove 950 miles...
Because the Earth is a sphere.
Is it possible for me to have done that on a flat Earth? Where did the extra 100 miles come from? You see my smile face? Yeah, how did I cut 100 miles? 100 straight line.
Because the Earth is a sphere.
Is that possible?
You're asking me if it's possible to do something on a sphere and on a flat plane and be the same distance? No, it wouldn't be possible.
Not
doesn't
be
mean
possible.
your calculation.
Are you seriously going to ask me that after I just spent 20 minutes going through it in great detail exactly what I did? Is it possible for me to have done that on a flat Earth?
You don't understand.
You see my smiling face? Don't go there.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You just
Ricky,
don't.
how do you shave 100 miles off a straight line just
Because the Earth is a sphere.
on a flat surface? Just please answer the question. I drove the distance.
No, you
100. My odometer said 100 miles less than the straight line distance. It was 50 miles more. It would not be possible. Can I make a trip that is a straight line distance of 1,050 miles? Can I make that trip in 950 miles? Is it possible? Can I make a trip that is a straight line distance of 1,050 miles? Can I make that trip? You see my smiling face? 950 miles. Is it possible?
Stop. Come on, guys.
Stop.
Come on, guys.
Now, don't say cool story. That's an insult. Don't go there.
You don't understand.
It would not be possible.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
So yeah, I did it. And I 100 took out a number of different variables. I'm very confident, and I came up with a very similar radius of the Earth, which was similar to the radius of the Earth I got from doing the Eratosthenes experiment with blue and b-ball for light. So I have effectively ruled out the possibility that there's a flat Earth between the two. Do you see why? Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, that is how you crush the flat Earth. That is how you crush the flat Earth. My work here is done. That's the way science is done. You see my smiling face? I did it multiple times, 100 under multiple conditions, and got the same thing. It ruled out the ability of the Earth to be flat. You see my smiling face?
Because the Earth is a sphere.
Don't go there. It would not be possible.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Rakia, I'm agreeing with you. It would not be possible.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worries.
Rakia, I'm agreeing with you.
You're just on your own. No reason, no logic, no answers to questions. You're just on your own.
If you have the actual distance, you divide that by 2 and divide it by the average side. That gives you the radius of the Earth. And guess what? I hit the radius of the Earth within 20 miles. And I've got the video to prove it.
Because the Earth is a sphere.
Can I make a trip that is a straight line distance of 1,050 miles? Can I make that trip in 950 miles. Is it possible? Is it possible for me to have done that on a flat Earth? Where did the extra 100 miles come from? You know, how did I cut 100 miles off on a straight line?
Copyright
100
this
Is that possible?
video.
So yeah, I did it, and I 100 took out a number of different
Copyright struck me
variables.
for it.
I'm very confident, and I came up with a very similar radius of the Earth, which was similar to the radius of the Earth I got from doing the Eratosthenes experiment with blue and b-ball for light. Because you apparently need to be taught some manners. Don't go there. Don't say cool story.
Not to tell other men how to speak.
If you have a problem with my mathematics, tell me what your problem is. You see my smile face? It ruled out the ability of the Earth to be flat. Don't you insult me by saying cool story.
You don't understand.
Because the Earth is a sphere.
You don't understand.
Don't go there.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
It would not be possible. Don't go there. Can I make a trip that is a straight line distance of 1,050 miles? Can I make that trip in 950 miles? Is it possible? It would not be
No,
possible.
you didn't do that, and no, it wouldn't be possible in reality in your
It
car.
would not be possible. You see my smiling face? It would not be possible. It would not be possible.
You're not a man. You're not a man.
Because the Earth is a sphere.
It would not be possible. Now, don't say cool story, that's an insult. If you have a problem with my mathematics, tell me what your problem is. Don't go there.
You don't understand.
It would not be possible.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Do you agree that you cannot go less than the minimum straight line distance between those 2 points on a flat Earth?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, great. I did that. Don't go there. I cut
you
100 distances in both cases, even though I went over curves and up and down hills, was less than the amount of distance it would have been required had it been a smooth, flat, planar surface. It ruled out the ability of the Earth to be flat. That's the way science is done. You see my smiling face? I did it multiple times under multiple conditions and got the same thing. It ruled out the ability of the Earth to be flat. You didn't listen. I told you very clearly in both cases, even though I went over curves and up and down hills, was less than the amount of distance it would have been required had it been a smooth, flat, planar surface. Smooth, flat, planar surface. Smooth, flat, planar surface.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
My assertion is that a great circle is the shortest distance between any 2 points on Earth.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worry.
Quantification's done.
You're just on your own. No reason, no logic, no answers to questions.
Don't go there.
You're just on your own.
Can I cut 100 miles off a straight line trip? Rakia, is it possible for me to shave 100 miles off a straight line distance on a flat surface? Do you agree that you cannot go less than the minimum straight line distance between those 2 points on a flat Earth?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, great. I did that. I cut 100 miles. Absolutely correct. I could do the straight line.
But you know, even if we didn't have R, the Great Circle would still be the shortest distance across the surface of the Earth, because the Earth is a sphere.
I'm trying to learn to smile more, if it kills me. Across the roads on your odometer. The end result is much.
Right, okay. So, all of that stuff up to that point there, completely cut up, messed up, Buster's music, all of that. That is at least 50% of this thing. And remember, Rakia asked me to do this. And it's some of the best material ever. It shows how the model Affliction really deals with people and how people can get themselves into positions to say things that just literally just don't make sense. So what we've got here is a situation that Rakia's over at Bob's server, and he's having a conversation. Bob's telling him about a trip he's made and one of Bob's proofs of because I think it was about, we were sort of formulating the proof thing. I think it was leading up to that, and we were starting with the logic and the proof and all of that. It was about a pretty formative time for us lot. Rakia just gets into a conversation and he says, "Oh, you're gonna have to record that." So we go back now. This is the conversation. We're gonna have to stop it and go over it, right? So anybody wants to jump in at any time, we're going to have to review it, because Bob will probably want to copyright strike this as well. So we have to make sure we're going over it and reviewing it, even though you will hear that there are Rakia and there's already commentary going on in the background, even though Rakia was the one that was in the conversation. Okay. So, later scene. Rakia, I think SE had been banned, to tell you the truth. I don't know. SE had been over there and he'd been told he wasn't allowed to say certain words, were put on a restriction, and then you weren't allowed to ask questions at all. All you were allowed to do was answer questions. And then they just got banned. But so Rakia's over there. We're doing this conversation. We go. This is quite good. I like this.
Closer to the Haversine formula and much less than the straight line distance from a triangle. You have ruled out that it could be a triangle on a flat surface. It can only be a great circle distance. And the radius of that can easily be determined if you know the distance between the 2 points. So, go ahead, Rakia.
Cool story, man. So
Not
you're
a cool
still
no,
saying,
stop right there. Don't you insult me by saying cool story.
I can't say that word. It sounded like a cool story. That's my opinion.
Don't go there. You can sit down and say, I have a problem with your calculation, and then you describe the problem with the mathematics.
Right, so obviously it's a grown-up conversation.
Yeah, you can tell right off the bat. Now, Rakia asked him that because he knew that he had banned 3 words that I couldn't say, like you said before. So Rakia's going, oh shit, okay, he's starting this now.
It's funny, isn't it? Like adults just asking questions, and Bob's telling us his story about him measuring R. I think it was. It was proof, wasn't it? You know, like he was telling a story of his proof of R.
Why are you telling me how I need to speak?
Because you apparently need to be taught some manners.
No, you
don't say cool
need to be
story.
taught manners not to tell other men how to speak. I'm
telling you how to do it. You don't like it? Leave.
You're not a man.
I'm asking you
But
what
you
rule
can.
You're not a man. You're not a man, right?
All right, hang on.
About me.
Hang on.
No. Is that your mod?
Stop.
Is that your mod saying that?
Stop.
Come on, guys.
Stop.
Come on, guys.
Now, don't say cool story. That's an insult. If you have a problem with my mathematics, tell me what your problem is.
I have a problem you saying you drove in curves and mountains.
Okay, so we've finally got the cool story thing out the way. None of that was cut. Like, after the Buster song, this is just the. There's no need for me to cut anything from this far in. This is just, this is as the conversations are. We don't half get into some weird conversations. So this is one of them. Now, it's about Bob's trip. And Rakia's just trying to get some clarification about it. Here we go.
Vertical change and, I'll
put it back a bit.
Man, right? You're not a man. You're not a man, right?
All right, hang on.
About me.
Hang on.
No.
Is that your mod?
Stop.
Is that your mod saying that?
Stop.
Come on, guys.
Stop.
Come on, guys.
Now, don't say cool story. That's an insult. If you have a problem with my mathematics,
Don't
tell me
limit the
what
words
your
I can
problem
use.
is.
I have a problem you saying you drove in curves and mountains, vertical change, and I don't even, that doesn't even make any sense. Now, you did say
Certainly
some
does.
really great things, right?
All
You
right,
can
so
say
let me
all the
address that
formulas
then.
work-
I'll be happy to address that. Now, if it says that it's 800 miles on a triangular course, and it's 700 miles on a great circle course, and I drive 722 miles, that rules out it being a triangle. I don't have to do the exact great circle distance. As long as it's less than the other distance, it rules it out. Do you
How
understand
many times
that?
did you do that?
Twice.
Did you use your odometer both times?
Yes. And
Did
I
you
took
have
different
it
routes.
calculated both times? Come on, man. We could go through a million different things. You
Yes,
took
I
the
did do it
exact
twice.
same
I
route?
did, and I took different routes. One through the mountains and one not through the mountains. So there.
Y'all nut.
And us that have done the
That's
truck
the way
riding
science is done.
will tell you the same exact thing.
That's the way science is done. I did it multiple times under multiple
Correct
conditions and got the same thing. It ruled out the ability of the Earth to be flat.
Right, so Bob says that's how science is done. Driving in your car. So, be aware. You can drive your car around and do science. Bob the science guy said that. Do you want to hear it again?
I drive 722 miles. That rules out it being a triangle. I don't have to do the exact great circle distance. As long as it's less than the other distance, it rules it out. Do you
How
understand
many times
that?
did you do that?
Twice.
Did you use your odometer both times?
Yes. And
Did
I
you
took
have
different
it
routes.
Calculated both times? Come on, man. We could go through a million different things. You
Yes,
took
I
the
did do it
exact
twice.
same
I
route?
did, and I took different routes. One through the mountains and one not through the mountains. So there.
Y'all nut.
And us that have done the
That's the
truck
way
riding
science is done.
will tell you the same exact thing.
That's the way science is done. I did it multiple times under multiple
Correct
conditions and got the same thing. It ruled out the ability of the Earth to be flat. Because my distances in both cases, even though I went over curves and up and down hills, was less than the amount of distance it would have been required had it been a smooth, flat, planar surface and the triangular
Well, that's it.
distance.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
anybody can do it. And anybody can do it.
Right, so he drove less distance than it had have been if it had have been a smooth, flat, planar surface. I mean, he's like overdone the you get what I mean? He's drove a shorter distance than on a smooth, flat, planar surface, and he says anyone can do it. Shorter than a you want me to? I'll put it back again, right? I don't want to be. I mean, this video's been taken down for copyright for Bob. I mean, we don't want to be. It's not as if you'll be able to hear it actually and go over it on the video yourself. Well, maybe it's live now.
And got the same thing. It ruled out the ability of the Earth to be flat.
I got it.
I'll be happy to address that.
Here we go.
Now, if it says that it's 800 miles on a triangular course, and it's 700 miles on a great circle course, and I drive 722 miles, that rules out it being a triangle. I don't have to do the exact great circle distance. As long as it's less than the other distance, it rules it out. Do you understand that?
How many times did you do that?
Twice.
Did you use your odometer both times?
Yes. And I took different routes.
Calculated both times? I mean, come on, man. We could go through a million different things.
Yes, I did do it twice. I did, and I took different routes. One through the mountains and one not through the mountains.
Yeah, look, different routes.
So there.
Oh, no.
So there.
And us that have done the
That's the way
truck
science is done.
That's how you do science.
That's the way science is done. I did it multiple times under multiple conditions and got the same thing. It ruled out the ability of the Earth to be flat. Because my distances in both cases, even though I went over curves and up and down hills, was less than the amount of distance it would have been required had it been a smooth, flat, planar surface and the triangular distance.
There you go. He drove a shorter distance than it would have been had it been a smooth, flat, planar surface. For your and my ability, that's just a straight line. He says he's drove a shorter distance than a straight line. Now that's going to come in very important in a bit. Involving pi. We'll get into that conversation later. But just make sure you're on the same path as us. Because you might be in a conversation like this with somebody like Bob and not be aware of exactly what's going on because it's so fantastical. What he's saying. A shorter distance than a straight line. Now, right, Rakia's, he's in the room with him at this time, going over this. And when you're in there, it's very hard to process. But I like this video because you can hear Rakia going, wait, what? His brain's just automatically firing. This doesn't make sense, but it's really hard to process it when you're in the heat of it. So I really like this because you can see and hear how quick Rakia is reacting to this. He doesn't exactly know what's wrong, but he knows instinctively that there's something wrong with what Bob's saying. It just doesn't make sense. Here we go.
It's interesting.
Yeah, and anybody can do it. Anybody can do it.
They can't.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
And as a matter of fact, here's even better. If you know your starting and ending location and you know the distance you drove between, you can use those to calculate the radius of the Earth because there's no radius involved in the Haversine formula. It's what you do with the Haversine that involves a radius. You use the radius to find... Hang on, Glass, please. You use the Haversine formula to find the angular distance between the 2 points. Then you have to apply 2 times the radius to that to get the actual distance. But if you have the actual distance, you divide that by 2 and divide it by the Haversine. That gives you the radius of the Earth. And guess what? I hit the radius of the Earth within 20 miles. And I've got the video to prove it. And I did it 2 different ways on 2 different routes. One through the mountains and one not through the mountains.
I thought you said you took the same route.
Okay, so here you go. Bob's got an R proof. That's going to be coming into, a bit with the Euclidean geometry and all that this week. We're going to be going over this sort of stuff, and the fantastical abilities of R being a straight line, yet Bob being able to drive a shorter distance than a straight line. sounds a bit unbelievable.
No, I didn't.
Because it
You
is.
didn't listen. I told you very clearly. I went from Florida to Michigan through the mountains, or excuse me, from Michigan to Florida through the mountains. And then when I came back up, I took the western route up 65, which doesn't go through the mountains, and went from Florida back up to Michigan. It's all documented. I also did my weight changes with latitudes on that trip. So yeah, I did it. And I took out a number of different variables. I'm very confident, and I came up with a very similar radius of the Earth, which was similar to the radius of the Earth I got from doing the Eratosthenes experiment with Blue and B-Ball for Life.
So that's Bob, Blue, and B-Ball for Life. They did an Eratosthenes together. What a team. What a team. Bob's good. Like, this was the time when Bob was on a high. He was globe proof, man. And I think he just went into overdrive. Something turned him, and he ended up saying that you could drive a car and get a shorter than a straight line distance. Rakir's processing it at the minute. I think he wants to clarify. Here we go.
Pontification's done.
And truck drivers actually carefully measure how far they're traveled too, so they can get themselves paid. They have to know how far they drive. And when they give you their logbook and it's got mileage that they drove, that's going to be probably very accurate.
Ricky, I'll be happy to go over the math with you and show you how it was done.
Mileage you drove over a road, taking curves and going over mountains.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Logbooks? Yeah, that's how many miles you drove.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you drive from point A to point B. You do not take tours.
But Rakia, here's the problem that I think you're having. Is if the Earth was flat and I drew the triangle out, that triangular leg between Florida and Michigan was, say, 1,050 miles. The great circle distance between those 2 points was 900 miles. If I drove 950 miles, is it possible for me to have done that on a flat Earth? Where did the extra 100 miles come from? You know, how did I cut 100 miles off on a straight line? Is that possible?
You're asking me if it's possible to do something on a sphere and on a flat plane and be the same distance? No, it wouldn't be possible. Doesn't mean your calculation.
Are you seriously going to ask me that after I just spent 20 minutes going through it in great detail, exactly what I did? Now, let me ask you my question again. I have a straight line distance between Michigan and Florida that's 1,050 miles.
Right. This is important, all of this stuff here now. Rakia, he's trying to blast Rakia with, I don't know what, and why he's doing this. Why? Right, so he's clarifying. I think there's the phone call bit coming in a minute, but I'll put it back. This is.
How did I cut 100 miles off on a straight line? Is that possible?
You're asking me if it's possible to do something on a sphere and on a flat plane and be the same distance? No, it wouldn't be possible. Doesn't mean your calculation.
Are you seriously going to ask me that after I just spent 20 minutes going through it in great detail, exactly what I did? Now, let me ask you my question again. I have a straight line distance between Michigan and Florida that's 1,050 miles.
Straight line.
I have a great circle distance between Michigan and Florida that's 900 miles.
Yes.
My car, I drove 950 miles. Is it possible for me to have done that on a flat Earth? How did I cut 100 miles off of a straight line between those 2 points on a flat Earth? Now, I can go further because I got to make turns and go up and down hills. But how did I shave 100 miles off a straight line distance? Is that possible, Rikia?
Answer the question, Cleo.
It's a good question, and it's a non-confrontational question.
It's a
answer me.
Question. It's a true question.
It's a true question, they say. It's a proper question. You know, it's a non-confrontational question. Can you drive less than a straight line distance? Bob's asking. How would you answer that? If confronted with somebody asking you, can you drive less than a straight line distance?
Can I cut 100 miles off a straight line trip on a flat surface?
Just so you know, you're muted in case you've accidentally muted yourself.
I think at this point, Rakira got a phone call. I know it was like a bit bad timing, but that's what happens when you get a phone call on Discord and you're on the chat. It just automatically cuts you out. So that's what's happened to Rakia. Listen to Bob.
No, Rakia.
No. Oh, and Rakia, you know those big 18-wheelers and stuff, the modern ones? They have odometers on the trailer as well. And you're not necessarily going back with the same trailer you went down with. So,
all right. I really want Rakia's answer to this. Rakia, is it possible for me to shave 100 miles off a straight line distance on a flat surface?
And interstates are pretty smooth. So if you were to take that interstate pavement and like a piece of string and straighten it out, it's not going to get that much longer.
Well, the bottom line is this. Am I going to be able to do the exact Great Circle course? No, Rakia is absolutely correct. I couldn't do the straight line course because of curves and hills and stuff. But my odometer reading would be higher in both cases. If my odometer reading is higher than the...
You left.
If my odometer reading is higher than the Great Circle distance, okay, well, that doesn't rule it out. But if it's lower than the absolute straight line distance, it absolutely rules out the flat Earth. I just want him to admit that. Rakia, how do you shave 100 miles off a straight line distance on a flat surface? Just please answer the question.
The dumbest question I think I've ever heard.
Yeah.
We're definitely up there with one of them.
I haven't got a clue how I would even answer that, right? You know, it's like you just end up looking at him a bit and like, what? How do you shave off 100 miles off a straight line distance? It's like you wouldn't get there. You'd be like 100 miles away from where you wanted to be. Surely. You'd never get there. It's very strange. Here we go. I think Bob's about to declare victory, even though Ricky has been on his phone call.
Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, that is how you crush the flat Earth. That is how you crush the flat Earth.
That's how you crush the flat Earth. If you anyone wanted to know, that's how you do it. You wait till they get a phone call. Ramble on for a bit.
My work here is done.
Nothing.
My work here is done.
I'm sorry, I took a phone call. What's going on?
Okay, here he is. Come on.
Okay, now Rakia, I'm going to ask you a very...
Right, he's just claimed victory and now he's having to backtrack. Feels a bit bad, I guess.
Simple question. All right, did you hear... First of all, if you're going to take a phone call and we're in the middle of a conversation, ask me to give you a minute. Don't just go on mute.
My iPhone, it kicks me off of Discord. Now stop telling me what to do.
All
Jesus,
right,
man.
now here's the deal.
You're a prick, man. That was ridiculous for you to say that.
All right, stop.
I can't tell you to give me a minute.
It's so fucking simple. All you had to do is say, "I'm taking a phone call. Just a minute."
I'm not here anymore. The phone call switches me.
All right, now Rakia.
Oh man. Oh, I remember listening to that. It's so funny. You just get kicked. There's nothing you can do about it. And they all want him to say, "Excuse me, guys. I'm just taking a phone call." Oh.
God dang, man.
Now,
you are sweet.
Rakia, you're going to either continue to go on, or we're gonna go through this. Now, I have two distances. One is a straight line distance on a flat Earth between Michigan and Florida that's 1,050 miles.
That's not
right. Straight line distance, 1,050 miles. That's what he said.
not
I
possible.
have. Don't tell me what. Wait until I'm done and then bring up your questions. I have a straight line distance on the Earth that is 1,050 miles.
Straight line distance on the Earth, 1,050 miles. 1050 miles. Straight line.
I have a great circle distance between the same 2 points of 900 miles.
He has a circle distance, a great circle, sorry. Fantastic circle. That's 900 miles. I mean, I don't know, to get from one place to the other. Like, one you have to drive in a straight line 1,050, and the other one you go a great circle. You only have to travel 900 apparently. That's what Bob's asking. Right, so you've got two different distances, to reiterate. A straight line distance of 1,050 and a great circle. Can we have a great straight line as well? Can we have a fantastic straight line distance of 1,050 and a great circle? I think that sounds a bit better. It's fairer, isn't it? Makes the straight line sound boring. You don't call it fantastic.
Odometer, when I make that trip, reads 950. Now,
so he's actually made the trip with his car, and it reads 950 miles. So,
wow.
Yeah. So one's a straight, and he's managed to travel that distance shorter than a straight line, 950 miles.
my question to you is this.
Here's your question.
When you look at a perfect distance between 2 points, either a great circle or a straight line, you're never going to make that because you're going to have curves and hills. You're absolutely correct. But you cannot make that trip. If my odometer is 950 miles and the straight line distance is 1,050 miles, how do I shave 100 miles off that straight line distance on a flat Earth?
On paper, you couldn't.
Okay. In reality, can I do it?
On paper.
I didn't ask you on paper. I said very clearly in reality. In reality,
I don't know what
can
you're talking
I
about.
can I make a trip that is a straight line distance of 1,050 miles? Can I make that trip in 950 miles? Is it possible?
No, you didn't do that, and no, it wouldn't be possible in
Correct.
reality in your car.
It would
yeah.
not be possible.
Right, so he's just said no. It would not be possible. Which normally means it's not possible, right? Can't be done. Can't make the straight line distance any shorter because it's a straight line. I mean, that's what it is. It's the most direct path between 2 points. There is no shorter distance.
Not in reality, anyway.
Well, that's what he just said. No, not in reality. Here we go.
Because
So
you can't
if
do
I
it. It's
made
not
the-
a straight line.
You're right. You
It's
could
all
go further.
theoretical, paper
Rakia,
math,
I'm agreeing with you.
math.
You can go further, but you
Disagree with
cannot go less. Do you agree that you cannot go less than the minimum straight line distance between those 2 points on a flat Earth?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, great. I did that.
I did that. I did that. Like, no, it's impossible. You can't have done that.
And you just said so.
Yeah, he said you can't. He agrees. I don't. I'll go over that again, because I don't think I'd have to go over that much.
Okay. In reality, can I do it?
On paper.
I didn't ask you on paper. I said very clearly, in reality. In reality,
I don't know what you're
can
talking about.
I
You mean-
cut? Can I make a trip that is a straight line distance of 1,050 miles? Can I make that trip in 950 miles? Is it possible?
No, you didn't do that, and no, it wouldn't be possible in
Correct.
reality in your car.
It would
yeah.
not be possible.
Because
So
you can't
if
do
I
it. It's
made
not a
the-
straight line.
You're right. You
It's
could
all
go further.
theoretical, paper,
Rakia,
not
I'm agreeing with you.
mathematical.
You can go further, but you cannot go less. Do you agree that you cannot go less than the minimum straight line distance between those 2 points on a flat Earth?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, great. I did that. I cut
No, you
100
didn't.
miles off that straight line distance because I drove the distance and my odometer said 100 miles less than the straight line distance. It was 50 miles more than the Great Circle distance. So I have effectively ruled out the possibility that could have been a flat Earth between the two. Do you see why?
Yeah, I understand why you're saying
Great.
that. But what
All
I'm
right,
saying
thanks.
is you drove in a car and you're calculating it on paper what you're saying. Like it doesn't, you're not proving anything.
What's the distance from New Brunswick to California?
You mean in the air?
The flat Earth.
Like above all the changes of the surface of the Earth?
Okie dokie. Done. Shorter than a straight line distance. Bob can do it. Bob can do it. So, what's the importance of a shorter than a straight line distance? You may ask. Well,
medical attention, I would reply.
Yeah, that's what you need if you want to increase pi above the 3.14 recurring. You need to have a shorter than a straight line distance. You need to increase the ratio of the circumference to the radius or the diameter with a shorter than a straight line distance. It's impossible.
You also need to book an appointment with your psychologist.
So, model affliction. Be aware. If you start finding yourself saying stupid shit, like the total distance was 1,050 miles, but I drove it in 950 miles, therefore I can drive a shorter distance than a straight line. So that video, the entire video, has been copyright claimed by Bob. He thinks all of that video was his content. All of it. All the memes and all of that, that was how it went out. That was literally the entire conversation. And the music and the cuts, apart from the bit at the end, which was half of the video, just the conversation, just to make sure that everybody knows that I'm not editing those actual conversations. They're always there. That's the way I do it. Try and cut to the bit at the beginning to give you an idea what's going on, then the music, and then the actual conversation as it was heard. And I knew to take off as much of Bob's screen, but I thought I'll put a few 30 seconds at the end, just so you know which stream it is, in case he was going to get upset about us streaming different conversations. It's probably up on his video, on his live streams still, for anybody to have these conversations. But, I mean, yeah, I don't know if anybody's aware of Bob and his shorter than a straight line distance driving in the car. I mean, it would probably be better than fuel. I mean, it'd be interesting whether it might be a tactic you can use to save fuel.
Maybe he has wormhole technology. We don't know. It could be a breakthrough. In a hurry, to cut some time and length in your trip. No worries.
Oh, there you go. He's a chord length. It's the chord length that's 1,050. And he says he's drove it in 950 miles.
Physically impossible.
Yeah, I'd say that's definitely non-Euclidean. That's fantastic. I mean, like I say, the model affliction leads you to do strange things. And if you find yourself ever saying anything like that, well, for one, if you notice yourself doing it, you've stepped out of the programming. You are at least aware that you're saying stupid shit. If you're still in the programming, you might be saying that and thinking, yeah, that's good. That makes sense. But be aware. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is there anybody that agrees with that? Thinks that that's the way it has to be? Even on Glob? Big E. Does the Big E say good, thumbs up? I don't know. Bob's the only person that I've ever heard say that, apart from like Brenda the other day that said pi can go both ways. Either more or less than. Well, like I say, in order for you to make the ratio of pi get greater than 3.14, you need to be able to leave the circumference the same, but shorten the radius, which is impossible. But Bob's done it as well. It's like Brenda and Bob are working together. Or the Great Globe Hive Mind has released a few people into the open and allowed them to say this, because it has to be said. It is a part of the globe narrative. The globe model dictates that they have to say these things once they get pushed into the globe narrative position, usually through geometry, because obviously not many people understand the fundamentals of geometry and how it works based on logic. They've given it all up. The models told them to leave it alone. Step off the gas. Just let the model take over. We've got your back. Stop thinking for yourself. You don't need to. You've got the model behind you now. Well, if you notice you're saying stupid shit, or people around you are also saying stupid shit, that may be time for you to step out. Come over to Next Level. Come and have a chat. We do our best to ease people out of the model cog dis. Takes a bit for most people. Some people get angry. We've had quite a lot of people that get angry. There's most of the people that are in this server, we've had discussions. We've had some good discussions. They're not always, let's say, friendly. Well, they are always friendly. But in this server, you can actually have the discussions without them getting heated. Try and explain your point. Notice that the once the model takes over in a conversation, it takes a while for you to step out of it. It takes control. It takes the wheel. And we ask that you just try your best to leave the model at the door. It can be very, very hard. Jose's telling us all about what we do. We're talking about permissions, Jose. Yeah. That was a work of art, that. Bust the song, the lot. Memes. I think he didn't like the idea, because if you put... I'll put the thing back in. It does actually say... Oh. Copy. It says... this is from my live stream. He simply loops the audio and flashes my image without commentary. In that video with Buster songs and the cut-in to emphasize the point, and Rakia's conversation. Wasn't just Bob, was it? Nice. So, anyway, Bob's took that down. It's not allowed to be up there. Bob's claimed complete copyright of that entire video. But we went over it with commentary, so it'd be good, won't it? We can ask Bob now about the shorter than a straight line distance. Jose's one for asking permission. I'm not so sure that's what you used to do, is it, Jose? I don't want to get into that. But it's not just, it wasn't just a recording, was it? It was a recording that had been cut. Bust a song. All of the memes. Well, the memes and the stuff. I mean, I tried to make it as easy for him. But we just wanted to get the conversation out there. Shorter than a straight line distance. Sounds impossible, but Bob did it. People should be asking him how he did it. It's one of Bob's globe proofs. You should be using it. Should go down in the record books.
Maybe ask him.
Are we?
No, I was telling like Jose and other people that we're obviously banned. I can't even post chat in his YouTube. I don't know. But they could ask him.
Yeah.
Like, how do you drive a shorter distance than a straight line?
Sounds fantastic. Shorter than a straight line distance. Team up with Brenda, and you could do a thing. How you can make pi bigger than what it is.
Anything's possible.
Model Affliction. I think it's been quite a good week. Started with Pi last week. And then this week I got rid of the old copyright strikes that Bob did on the 2 old videos from a long time back, 3 months ago. And then this one that we've just been over tonight is the new one. So that's 3 videos Bob's copyright struck that we did. And nobody else has copyright struck any videos. Just Bob. But like I say, we've got rid of them now. There's no need. No need for us to be worried. Go on.
During the discussion, I thought he was mixed up. Like, I thought he was just saying it backwards. And I even say, Bob, you sure about that? Like, maybe take a break and think about it because I think you have it back. Oh, no. And then he confirmed it.
Yeah.
Right? And so then I kind of thought we talked about him putting, like, those nuggets. They're deceptive nuggets, the Easter eggs, like Blue does. So we can find them. Maybe that was one of them. Maybe that would be his excuse now. He was on purpose, putting a deception in there so we could find it later and talk about it.
Yeah, maybe so he could copyright strike us or something like that as a joke.
Yeah, for fun.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to be what he's good at, right?
Yeah.
Because he's surely not good at anything else.
Well, I would like to have a word with Bob about this because we are the geometry guys. I know it's a role nobody asked for, but it just seems to be where we've been. Like, we are doing very, very simple geometry, but it seems to be fundamental stuff that people haven't been taught, and the fundamental stuff of it leads from logic. So understanding the logic behind the geometry. We was having a discussion the other day. Somebody was saying, is logic geometry? Is logic actually geometry in word form? Is the geometry more fundamental than the logic? It's a tough one to do because they're both the same. Just one's in a line thought process and the other one's sort of put into words. But the words and the geometry, I don't know. There might be something there that we're tapping into. Who knows?
Well, one is pictorial and the other one is like the expression of that, let's say.
Yeah, they can, James. Yes, they can. Because in order for you to go against it, you have to dox yourself. So that may be the idea. They want me to give all of my details over.
What's worse, a stool pigeon or a doxer? Not a doxer, person that strikes your channel. What would you say is worse?
Well, it's a bit of an inconvenience with the strikes on the channel, but I mean, there's only Bob that's done it. Of all of this time we've been on YouTube, I don't know what we've done to him. I don't know what's up. I don't know why. If it's that conversation about the straight line, then let's just have the conversation out. Most of us would just have that conversation. Bob seems really upset. I don't know what you can do about it. We upset a lot of people. On both sides. So, have we got anybody in? Does anybody want to come in and talk about the model? Obviously not.
Good to see George is okay.
Oh,
George is in the chat.
Oh, right, okay.
Said he had a chat with a surveyor, I think.
Yeah. The Bible of Surveying. Well done, Bob.
Nice.
Yeah.
I hope he recorded it.
Yeah, did you? Did you get him to come in for a chat? You and Dave popping in. We'll have a chat.
So there was a surveyor in the Bible? Is that what George is saying? Named Moffat?
Yeah.
I've
First
never
time I
heard
hear that.
Yeah, me neither. It could be, though. I mean, there were fishermen and, you know, woodsmen, carpenters. I would assume they used water back then, right? They didn't have many other tools. Plumb bob and water, vertical and horizontal.
Sure, why not a surveyor? Yeah.
Well, the cross kind of depicts that, right? A vertical, your plumb line, and then a perpendicular to that would be horizontal.
Yeah, it's funny. It's that shape. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I imagine they had to build roads back then and sewage systems, so they had to know what an incline was, right? And how water flows even back then.
Well, of course. Slope, right? Pitch, vertical drop. So I would assume they would make a section that was perfectly flat where it didn't slope and didn't flow, and then they would just angle it down a little bit.
And each
They would
house
have to
would
have a
orientate their sewer thing to that slope, right? I would imagine. Would have to be, right?
Well, I know they did that, you know, the aqueducts like that for long distances. Water flow. They probably took it from nature, you know, seeing how the rivers flowed would be my assumption. Most inventions are based on nature, creation. I would dare say all inventions are based on creation. How nature takes care of itself without us here, right? Without us intervening, those rivers would still flow.
Absolutely. You think we'd ever think of a flight if it wasn't for a bird? I think man would ever think, I think I could fly.
The early men thought they could just attach wings to themselves and jump off something high and fly.
Yeah.
Trial and error was costly back then.
I've been thinking about how to get rid of 100 miles, and I think I got two ideas. First one, if we bend space-time, this one, your thoughts on that one?
How'd you do that, Jose? Remember, we are talking about reality.
Yeah, magic. Okay. Bending space-time would be magic.
Magic, you said?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. We don't deal with that here.
If I bend the space-time, that will get rid of 100 miles. Or I can invoke a black hole, a mini black hole. I can go through it and maybe jump to the other side, like 100 miles shy of, shorter.
Sure, you can do almost anything in your fantasy world.
No,
magic. We deal with reality here. Yeah, that's magic, fantasy, wizardry.
But if I go 1,000 miles away, right, and I'm on the surface of the earth driving on a straight line possible, I don't have to go to the left, I don't have to go to the right, cutting through the woods. And how to get rid of 100 miles of that path unless if I cut through the Earth the curvature that is in between me and the other point, then I can cut 100 miles probably.
Well, you're assuming you would have to cut underneath the Earth,
It's a
I guess.
straight line, though.
Yeah.
Straight line.
Straight line.
Yeah, straight line without left, without right. There's going to be elevation changes, but the straight line will be
a smooth,
without left,
flat,
without the light.
planar surface. He said
there's no
many
1,000 miles. There's no 1,000 miles.
1,050 miles on a smooth, flat, planar surface, straight line.
He say that. I didn't hear him. Really? Wow. Yep. Well, that doesn't exist anyway. I don't know. That's magic then.
There is a way you could do it though, in reality, and that is in your car. This is how you do it. You get at least for 100 miles of it. You put your car on a flatbed. Have the flatbed drive 100 plus miles. Then you get off, and then you drive the rest of the way.
What about getting bigger wheels?
I don't know.
Or an odometer that turns.
So, turning back the odometer, we could do that back in the old days.
Like on used cars.
Yeah. That's really
bad. There's several ways it could be done, but in reality, without doing those things, it's pretty tough. And he took two different routes, came up with the same calculations, he said.
Yeah, did he say from where to where? Because I can't remember.
Yeah, I think he did.
Florida.
Yeah, but he just said did he say from Michigan to Florida, or where in Michigan to where in Florida?
Yeah, I think I did it on Google Earth. He did. I put it up on my Google Earth at one point.
He also said he did it twice, once over the mountains and once not.
Yeah, it's amazing those distances were similar.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly the same.
And he checked it with his Aristosthenes.
Yeah, it came within a really close couple percent or whatever he said. When I was in the conversation, it was tough, right? Like it was tough to keep up. My mind was, he actually confused me because I really thought he was saying it backwards. Apparently he wasn't.
All right, how can I help over here?
Can't think of any way. Maybe just plug your channel.
Yeah, The Adam Project. That's the movie I watched yesterday. I recommend everybody to go ahead. It's on Netflix. I don't got Netflix, but I find it somewhere. It's called The Adam Project. I had fun watching it.
No one cares, Jose. Why don't you just leave?
That's your channel?
Oh, really? Yeah. Should I leave? No, I'm not going to leave because you tell me this is not your server. What the hell?
Oh, don't start, man. I asked you to plug your channel and you talk about a movie. At least you didn't start
I don't have to.
Hang on one second. At least you didn't start off your presence here by deception, saying, I'm new here.
Oh, I forgot that. Hello, I'm new.
Yeah. That's deception, right? Because you're not actually new here.
I'm new. Yeah, I'm new here today. Yeah.
All right. Anything's possible. Just say anything. Make it real.
Yeah, I don't need to plug in my channels. I mean, anybody over here is going to go and check my channel. Balance Truths is already there. That's enough entertainment for us in the chat box. It's always fun to have in there. You jump in the channel every once in a while, so it's okay. I don't even have to say my name on my channel.
Yeah, it's hard for me to come in the channel anymore. You give everybody mods hoping they ban me. Encourage it, actually. Actually stop your live show to talk about someone that's in chat. That's just chat.
Hey, that's how it's called. It's dynamic and paying attention to the chat.
Yeah. You can run your channel however the hell you want.
Exactly. Yeah. Thanks. Man.
Right. That's why I'm not surprised you're not plugging it.
Everybody's valuable. Voice chat, text chat, comment section, everything is valuable.
Right. Anyway, anything else you want to do here?
No. How can I help? Anything?
You can't.
The one guy told me to leave, but I'm gonna leave. He's not the server owner.
Yeah, good. But you can't help. You could help by going on mute.
Oh, I was on mute.
you could help me if you could tell me how to start a Kubota excavator that has a dead battery. That's reality.
If it's the first time that you've done that, you must know the basics. It is a vehicle. It is a vehicle. All right. That's the
Yeah,
basics.
but maybe one of your experts could help me out. I mean, because I do a lot of things every day, and they say I do them wrong. So I don't want to do this wrong. Wouldn't want to screw nothing
I
up.
don't have any. I don't have any experts.
I agree with you there.
I don't have anybody. I'm on my own, man.
No education. No science.
No. Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah.
Just responsible trolling. Did you trigger any boomers today to make rage quit?
Lemonberg got triggered when he was asked a few questions.
Not Blue. Has Blue come back?
No, I don't know if he want to come back or not. That's on him.
It's a shame. I thought that'd be a bit of a big name. You're losing Blue.
People come, people go. People choose to do whatever they want.
He's the grandpappy of the Globe community, though, isn't he?
No, everybody's in the same boat.
Blue used to be on your channel every day on the panel, Jose. I'm surprised you're ditching him so quickly.
Yeah, Sleeping Warrior used to be in my channel every day too. And Arwin and a bunch of other people, yeah.
And Arwin? Did you say?
Yeah. And others, yeah. Many others.
Nice. Good old days, eh?
The good old days in the good old channel that doesn't exist anymore. So it's all good. Fresh beginning, fresh start.
But you're not doing any... Are you doing presentations or anything like that? Will you have any more of them?
I don't do presentations. I rant every once in a while. I go on a rant.
Yeah, but you've got no education and no science on your tagline now. Would you be having people doing demonstrations and stuff?
People choose to do it every once in a while, yeah. I don't hold them back. I don't tell them not to.
So you'll lift the education and no science sort of thing.
It's never been education in the tag on my channels. It's never been educational. Now people want to educate others. I don't blame them. It's okay.
Oh, I thought that was your tagline for your new channel.
No, it's not. It's not. It's entertainment.
Yeah, I know. But you do say on it, don't you? No education, no science.
No, I say this channel is not about education. It's not about science, but people want to educate and want to talk about science. It's not. That's out of my hands. I give them the floor. They can do whatever they want. But as for me personally, like my channel, what I do is not education, it's not science. What I do, the panelists, which is what I do, they open the room, they choose to do that. It's okay.
Yeah, I know. You were triggering boomers to make them rage quit.
I trigger people, bro. I triggered a bunch of people today, but nobody left. So good.
No, just Blue. I mean, you've got to be careful with them. Very sensitive times at the minute, Jose. They're struggling.
A lot of people
you're not helping them when you're triggering them. You're meant to be supporting them.
But it's fun. It's funny. It's entertaining. Fucking hey, I have a laugh, and that's what's good for it.
Yeah, we had that sort of discussion round here. We decided we didn't want to be doing that sort of stuff. It's not. I don't think it's funny to be triggering people when they're in a unstable.
I find
state,
the opposite.
Right?
I find the opposite. I find triggering people is the funniest thing ever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they could be struggling mentally, right?
Well, then they shouldn't be in the panel, And I just pull their legs and I piss them off more so they can leave and take a break,
Yeah, but sometimes they can't help themselves, right?
Yeah, I know exactly. And then I get a louder laugh when that happens.
See, I don't agree with that. That can't be good for people. You're never going to make many friends, are you? Like that.
It's all good. It's all good, man. People got their own sense of humor and taste. Well, I'm a different animal, bro.
Obviously.
I got many personalities like this one. This is a good personality today. I'm just responsibly trolling, like in the download, mellow.
You call this trolling? How well do you think you're doing?
Yeah. Oh, I'm doing magnificent. Exactly as planned. As scripted. Let me see. Page 2, paragraph 3. Yep. Perfect.
Nice. You got a playbook.
Yeah.
Trolling playbook. I like it. What you know, you're not much caught with geometry or anything like that, are you? Did
really
you know
good
about
in
pi?
school. I was really good in school. I know the term 3.14 and whatever many numbers in infinite or whatever you want to call it.
But do you know why it's 3.14?
I used to know all of that in high school, but that was, I don't know, 20 plus years ago, and I forgot all about it. I didn't need it in real life, so I didn't.
You know what the diameter is of a circle? Well, if you try and put the diameter all the way around the outside, you will get 3.14 whatever diameters all the way around the outside. That's why the number is 3.14, because it's a relationship of the circumference to the diameter. It's how many diameters, if you call diameter 1, how many of those would fit around the circumference?
How many?
3.14. That's what pi is. Now that circle is like the radius is the shortest distance between the center and the circumference, right? So you could put that anywhere. Now that is a circle in reality, which means it's Euclidean, and it means that pi 3.14 is a Euclidean number based around the unit 1 in the circle. It's amazing.
What is the term that I hear them say all the time? Non-Euclidean. Why they say non-Euclidean?
Well, you know, Euclidean. What, like a circle, like I just told you there with pi. Imagine not that, if you can.
So what is it, a square, a triangle, if it's not a circle?
It's up to you. You've just exploded logic. You can do not a not circle. Can be anything, can it? It's amazing.
So this Euclidean word for spheres, three-dimensional spheres?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, book 11, sphere. That's what a sphere is. It's a three-dimensional Euclidean shape.
What is
in
book 11?
Geometry.
What does that mean, book 11?
It's the solid geometry. It's the geometry where Euclidean enters three-dimensional, and it absolutely shits all over every non-Euclidean geometry that ever has been, and shows you that in reality it's just Euclidean. Unfortunately, for you guys anyway. Those of us that just live in reality, we can have pi being pi. It doesn't really matter.
I don't think if I'm killing your chat or your channel, let me know. But I think we're good because we got 58 people watching, so I think I'm doing okay.
Well, 60. It might be
got
you.
The audience.
Yeah, it might be because of you, Jose.
We got the audience here. That's good. That's good.
You can do a shout out for your channel. You might. I think we've got a completely different audience, Jose.
Nah, I don't want to shout out my channel.
I don't think there's any crossover, so you might be able to get some new viewers, Jose.
Yeah. And they're not going to subscribe. Everybody knows. I mean, most of the people there know my channel. And if they don't know it, they're going to check it out.
Oh, do you know, like I say, we might have a completely different audience. I suspect we do. Apart from, you know, the trolls that we have. Like Blue and George and all of those ones that you know.
Is FPV Angel a troll? I think he or she is, because the channel, if you look at the channel, it's a bunch of like kaleidoscopic like models and stuff. What do you think about the models of FPV Angel? I think it's a troll channel. Like, I'm just kidding.
Really? Have you ever been over there and had a word?
No, I've watched it. I scroll through the videos every once in a while.
Mm-hmm. Good. You should. Do you want him to come over?
Right? Yeah.
Give you a presentation on something.
I don't know. I'm free another 15 minutes.
Let's see. What would you want first? Do you think any of your guys over there would be keen on him coming over?
What do you mean by guys? I don't have guys.
Do you not?
No.
You don't have your regulars?
There's people that, frequent the channel, but those are not my guys.
Yeah, they
They're
are.
other people's guys. They are their mamas and their papas. They're not my guys.
Oh, okay. So you're just a loner within all of this. A bit like me, eh, Jose? We're pretty similar.
If you said so, I'm just a special animal.
Really?
Like a very illiterate special animal.
Right. A very illiterate special animal.
Hell yeah,
that you
man.
describing yourself?
Yes, I am indeed. The first step is acceptance. I accept that. I know I am.
Well, yeah. Okay. When you say illiterate, you mean you can't write?
Oh, I write and I read and I do a lot of things, but I'm illiterate in math, I'm illiterate in geometry, I'm illiterate in geography, I'm illiterate in scale, sizes, all kinds of shit. I'm illiterate in most of it. Yeah. And that's the beauty of it, because then some people that actually know about the topics, then I can get them to clarify me and the audience, the illiterates like me, to learn some good stuff.
Well, yeah. You think, but you don't want to do education, or do you want people to come over there to educate you?
Yes, and then I will make it fun. The education will be in a fun, entertaining way.
Nice.
Because of my illiteration. So you see, my English is not even very good looking. Even my English is an illiterate topic.
Do you get all of the good Globe salesmen? We don't really get many. We only get the chat ones. We don't get the ones actually verbally presentating anything. We've been asking for Globe proofs. How many have you had over the time in your, because you keep saying you're illiterate. I guess not many of them have come over and taught you anything, have they?
Oh, almost every participant, every normal participants bring evidence for the Globe, and it's all kinds of fun. I look at them, I entertain them, and I just like, yep, there you go, audience, suck it in,
Mm-hmm. Well, if we were to say, because I say Nathan Oakley's had all of the flat earthers round to teach him all of the stuff, and you obviously have all of the top globe earthers to come and teach you all of the stuff, would you think you'd be able to have a debate with Nathan Oakley? Go flat earth proofs versus globe earth proofs. How do you reckon you do?
Well, I'll do perfect in not behind a gate, a mute button. I'll do great. If there was time slots, one person speak, a minute back and forth would be good. But with a mute button and yelling and insulting, that wouldn't go well. I already tried that a few times and it doesn't work out. It's just too gated. The channel is there's a big gate that I cannot let my voice be heard.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he is going out, right? He did go out and do flat Earth math.
Yeah, one time. Yeah, he went one time. He went to Non Sequitur years ago, and he rage quit. And I think it was QE. He rage quit behind him, and he now went on flat Earth math. He just shit all over the channel and left. So it's not worth it,
Right. Well, perhaps we can see if we can see that. Nathan Oakley versus Jose.
I did one. There's one.
Globe Earth.
There's one that a few years ago I was able to, at least in the beginning, present. There was 3 points, 3 questions that I asked, and I swept the floor with him. He was unable to present any of the 3 points. I was able to present the 3 points, so I single-handedly beat him to that, and then I did my thank you very much for participating, for playing, and I left. That's it. It's in my channel.
You would.
Of course, if I say like, all right, I got 3 points. That was my point was my approach was I got 3 points here to present. If you are able to present me those 3 points back from your perspective, from your non-globe perspective, then we got a discussion. But he was unable to present any of the 3, and I was able to present the 3 points completely.
We've got. Have you heard of McToon? How's your relationship with McToon? He gave you a shout out
for everybody. As for everybody, yeah. Cool. He's cool. I don't got any beef with him. He's okay.
Have you seen his new challenge for the flat earthers?
I seen some. He wants flat earthers to explain some kind of with the sextant.
Yeah.
Some kind of a math or present a model, some shit like that. I'm not into challenges.
You're not into the sextant, are you not? Have you not had anybody over there on the globe showing you that?
Yeah, a lot of people have gone many times, but I'm still sextant illiterate.
Yeah, me too. I've got a sextant here, but at the actual process, I know how to measure an angle. But after that, I don't know. We've not been able to find anybody that gives us anything. So, but McToon on his thing has let's see if I can get it.
You should one of you should take the challenge and make some money.
I would like to, but
I think you gotta put the money in some kind of account. I heard he got the money in a third party account. I think if you want to take the challenge, you put the money in an account or something like that. I don't know if that's the way it works. Or you just take the challenge. If you win, you get the money. If not, oh well, that's it. I'm not sure.
It's a tough challenge. There's some terms, definitions that need to be worked out, but he's not responding.
Yeah, he's not really talking to us.
We didn't pull a runner.
I think he's trying to pull a fast one.
Oh, I was gonna give you just a peace of mind for might help the channel, might not. Brenda is a character that she is an instant ban on my channels since he reported my channel for quote unquote doxing somebody. Dan the Waterman was one time in there years ago, and they were arguing back and forth, Brenda and Dan the Waterman, and Dan called her some name, a male name. I don't know if it's Brandon or whatever it is. And she like, what the fuck? You're doxing me, you motherfucker. And she just rage quit and left. And then I got email. My video was taken down. YouTube told me like, dude, you got a report from this person because you're doxing in your channel or some shit like that. Shortly after that, we learned that she had struck Ranty's channel when Ranty was a flat earther. She struck the Non Sequitur channel, the Modern Day Debate channel, Fight the Flat Earth, MC Toon, like almost every single channel she copyright strike, because what she likes to do is to steer shit in the call, and when she get angry and frustrated, then she find the simplest things to report to your channel for her to get her satisfaction of channels taken down. So Brenda is just one of the most disgusting person that I ever seen on YouTube. And no respect whatsoever. She's worse than a fucking piece of shit on the donkey shit in the floor.
Steady on, I would say. We accept all kinds of people here. But, yeah, you're right. Brenda has done a few really... But, I mean, everybody within this arena has done those sort of things, haven't they? I mean,
Yeah,
I must have at least caught everyone lying at me to my face, calling me names. People like, well, I mean, even you, Jose, you've called us racists and all sorts of stuff, haven't you?
Yeah, I don't think Bev is racist. Far from it.
Mm.
I have. I'm sorry, I was away from it.
Just a bad day, right, Jose? What about when people in your chat, like you're keeping close eye on your chat, like stopping your show and making sure things happen to me, but when your trolls in your chat are doxing me openly, like even your mod doxed me, used my name. You didn't say anything. Why is that, Jose?
That's past, right? And it's not happening.
No, it was like yesterday. But I'm still asking you why you do that.
You got a timestamp so I can look it up and I can take it up.
Well, you were in there obviously because
I
you
didn't
were stopping the
see
show.
it. Yeah, I didn't see it.
You were telling people on the live show what to do and what I was doing in the chat and all that. So you obviously saw it.
You got a timestamp for that so I can review that on my end?
Is that what you need, or you just need?
Yes. I don't remember, bro.
It?
I do this every day. I got shows every single day.
So you didn't see several people, including one of your mods, I think, dox me, use my name on purpose.
I didn't see that. No.
While you were responding to my chat.
Yeah, maybe I didn't see that. Sorry.
Yeah, you might be.
Give me a timestamp so I can review it.
You might be telling the truth. I don't know.
I promise I don't remember. I didn't see that because I stopped that.
Yeah. No, I don't know that because the last several times you haven't stopped it.
I need evidence for that. It's like a timestamp, and then I will take care of whoever is doing that. But I haven't caught it.
What will you do to them?
Well, I will delete those messages. I will send them a message and tell them if they do it again, they'll be banned from the show. That's it.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks, man.
You may be able to make some money out of it.
By the way, Farmer's Boy was one of them. Just so you know.
I need like hard evidence for that, not testimony.
Yeah, you just got hard evidence. I told you.
Testimony. Yeah, that's a testimony. There's no
that's
evidence
that's
like a timestamp. Like there's no me seeing the comment or in real time when it happens.
Yeah, I'm gonna waste my time doing that. So you slap them on the wrist and tell them to do it again next time, because maybe call me a whining bitch for people doxing me, and then take away my wrench. So when I do say something, respond to them, you can just ban me and have them time me out 2 or 3 times, right? For nothing. I was just being entertained, right, in the chat, which is what your channel is about. I wasn't even trolling. I was talking about a topic. I wasn't even trolling responsible.
You're a little too emotional, Rakia.
Yeah, because people dox me, right?
That's your word versus there's no evidence.
No, that's why I'm telling you why I get emotional, because you allow people to dox in your chat.
That's a lie. That's a lie. There's no evidence for it.
Yeah, that's a lie. You're lying right now saying you didn't see it. That's the lie.
I didn't see it. How do you know if I saw it?
Because you were responding to my text at that very time.
No, I didn't.
It's not like it happened once. It happened several times over a period.
That hasn't happened. Sorry, man.
Farmer's Boy was the last one to do it.
Sorry, man, that didn't happen. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it happened on Jose's channel in his chat where he takes away my rent so people can time me out and dox me, and he doesn't do anything about it. And then comes
why
on
are you getting emotional, Rakia?
Because people are doxing me.
But why are you saying that and there's no evidence for it?
There is evidence. People saw it. Hang on, let me see if
that's testimony. Yeah, please find that so I can take care of that.
There, deceiver. Let me see if I took a snapshot of it. Sometimes I do.
A screenshot can be manipulated. I need a real time in there. There's a response. There's a live chat box replaying.
Yeah, you're entertaining, all right, Jose. You're a deceiver, sir. You're lying right now, saying you didn't see it.
No, I didn't see it.
Did you take away my wrench so people could time me out, Jose?
No, I took your wrench away for a different reason a long time ago.
What reason?
Whatever reason, I don't remember.
But you tell people to time me out, right? He doesn't have a wrench.
Every once in a while, yeah. Sometimes I take wrenches of people away and say, like, all right, I'm going to, you know what? Everybody go tag team and time this person out for 20 times, and then I give him the wrench.
Like Earth does that.
Let me tell you why Jose took my wrench. Because other than doxing, he lets his chat trolls defame my name and my character by saying I have sex with animals And when I respond to that, he takes my wrench away so they can time me out.
No, because I remember.
Shut up.
And
Hey,
then
be quiet
I
for a
remember
second.
that. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
and I
you
took
remember
care of
that?
the business. Yeah, I took care of the
Oh,
business.
you
and
did? By taking
yeah,
away my wrench. So
no,
the
I
same
took care of the
people.
business.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Oh,
that's
go
what you
ahead.
did. So the
Tell your
same.
side of the
Yeah, I
story.
don't need
Maybe
you.
I'll get an
I
opportunity
don't
to
need
tell
you
my
to
side of
talk
the
right
story
now.
after
I
that.
don't
Okay.
need your explanation.
You go ahead, man.
I'm telling people on a live show what happens at your channel that you don't want to plug because
Go
you're
ahead.
so ashamed of it. Yeah, at Jose's channel, you can defame somebody's name and character, and he doesn't do anything about it. When you tell them to stop saying that you're having sex with animals, he times you out for saying something about having sex with animals. And then we'll say on a live show that he didn't see them saying it. He's a deceiver. Does everyone hear this? This man, Jose, is a deceiver. I do have proof of it. He knows I have proof of it. He knows it happens and he doesn't care. He's there for entertainment. He uses this tactic right here to entertain, troll responsibly, deceive people while he's doing it. Hello, I'm new.
I saw that conversation. You sent me a DM, I think, or I caught it up. I said, like, what the fuck is going on every here? Like, I start deleting messages. I send direct messages to the people that I was calling you those names. There was
and you
few
banned
people.
me.
And then I tell this guy, stop. We're not going to continue with this.
Yeah, and you banned me.
And then I saw that the conversation continued. I deleted a few more comments. And then when the conversation stopped, you continued. You were the only one that
That's
after.
That's a lie.
After the conversation stopped, then you continued to do it the same thing. And when you continued, I had to stop it somehow. So I think,
I'll
I don't
show
know
you
if
the
I
DM
move
where
your
I
wrench
said,
or
I'll
whatever.
show you the
Out.
DM.
For
You're
now,
lying again.
everything is sorted
How many
out.
lies are
Everything
you
is
going to
back in
tell?
control.
See, what you're
Everything is
continuing
nice and
talking
dandy.
because you don't want me to prove that you lied about that just then. Because I had the DM where I sent you. I did stop, Jose. Why did you ban me? I stopped immediately when you asked people to stop. And what was I stopping of doing? Defending my character of people trying to defame me by telling your audience, entertainment, that I was having sex with animals. And I was only defending my name. And you banned me for that.
That's gross. Why are you talking about that in here, man?
Because that's what your show is all about. Your trolls, your mods. That's what they do.
People in my show refer to Balanced Truth is here. He never heard that. He never seen it. Witnessed that in my shows. You're lying. That doesn't happen in my shows, bro.
This happens in your chat. So now you're going to use that because I didn't say VC. I said your show, your entertaining show in your chat. I don't come in your VC because you won't allow me.
Oh, you're welcome to come in. Of course,
it's on your YouTube chat. No, you have me banned.
No, you are in the server? All right, I'll reinstate you. And then the rules is no drama instigating.
Please
okay,
don't.
I won't. Then I won't.
Yeah, thank you. But it is in your YouTube show, right? Your mod's doing this in your YouTube.
I need evidence for that.
You need shit.
I can take care of that.
Evidence that you're lying right now? Everyone knows you are.
I am being soft maybe because I got my volume lower from my end, maybe. I don't know, from your end.
You're full of shit.
I'm just talking normally, but
yeah,
like
you're full
it
of
should
shit.
Be the levels should be normal, but if
you should be upset because
lower
I'm
my volume,
calling
that's
you out as a deceiver. Calling you out as a deceiver. And you can run your show however you want. I'm fine with that. But there's no doubt you're deceiving people right now by lying to them. But that didn't happen.
I'll be back in 5 minutes. I gotta take a
see you later, Jose.
Yeah, we've got Blue in the chat.
Sorry about that, though.
No problem. It needs to be done, right? We're separating ourselves. Blue's in the chat, and he's saying that he didn't rage quit, but Jose, who we've got in here, Blue, said you did. You got triggered yesterday. He says for entertainment on his channel, he likes to trigger boomers so they rage quit, and you were yesterday's it was laughing about it. It's fun, Blue, for Jose. I was saying, like, I thought you were part of the big team, and Jose and you were like best buds, but
it's entertainment, right?
Yeah.
It's sadistic to me. When y'all were talking about that a while ago, about 15 minutes. By the way, I got Kubota started.
Well done.
It sounds sadistic to me. Like to try and upset somebody.
Yeah.
Or to let others, right? Others who represent your channel, your mods, dox, and defame people's names, their character, by saying they have sex with animals on your show, in your chat, on a public forum, and not do anything about it, and then come here and lie about it. Yeah, right. To trigger me.
Yeah. And it obviously works, right? They know what buttons to press.
Of course. And then when I do get triggered, right, ban me.
Yeah.
For being triggered.
Yeah.
It's funny. Or take away my wrench so they can time me out every time, like I'm having a discussion with someone. Bam, I'm timed out.
It's like you become part of the show, like he did with Blue yesterday.
He stopped the live show after Blue rage quit, and he laughed about it. He stopped the show several times to point out that I was in the chat. And it's just like, hint, hint, right? Rocky is in the chat. Y'all know what to do. By the way, he doesn't have a wrench.
Blue, yeah, they were all talking about you, Blue. Yes, you rage quit. Even Farmers was saying. We were all asking what was doing. I was trying to stick up for you, Blue. I said it's not what the ideal is. We don't aim to get boomers triggered so they rage quit, leave the server. That's not what we do. We like to keep the conversation going. But Jose Blue, said he does. He likes doing that. It's entertaining for him.
Why do you think I got timed out? Why do you think I got timed out, Rocky, right now?
I don't care about you.
Why did you get?
I asked. Out? I mean, Bev. I meant Bev.
You said you were leaving.
No, I said I was going to take a piss, and I almost.
I don't know. Who was it?
Oh.
I don't know.
I don't. He won't tell me.
No.
You know, in your end, because you're the channel owner, or other mods. No.
So he knows, like you would know, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Who timed me out and why?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So you allow it, right?
Blue's asking about him getting triggered and rage quitting yesterday, right?
Just so everyone knows, Bev is not the owner of this server, so stop saying that, please.
Yeah, really. I mean, have some intelligence, Jose.
I say YouTube in the YouTube chat. You got a wrench, Bev, in the YouTube chat, or are you yellow in the YouTube chat like the main man?
I'm host. I leave my mods to deal with all of the text chat.
Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't watch.
So you should be. So you should see who timed me out. But it's okay.
He doesn't watch the chat.
Yeah.
He watches the chat. Yeah, he reads the chat sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah.
You're complaining about being timed out. That's hilarious.
What about
we time
Blue?
out deceivers here?
Jose.
Yeah.
What about Blue?
He rage quit, didn't he, yesterday?
Who did?
Blue.
No, he didn't rage quit. He left. He left the conversation. He left the server. He's tired of the arguments, of the bullshit, of the same shit. Well, we're going nowhere. He's the best thing he could do. Somebody to leave the topic if one is not, advancing in anything. That's good.
Was he supporting you financially, Jose?
No. I mean, like everybody, like you have supported me financially. He have supported.
Yeah, was Blue? That was the question.
Like you have, he had. Yeah, like everybody have. A lot of people have. Rob King have supported me over here. A lot of people have. Yeah.
That's hard work. What you do.
Yeah. Stick together.
People should support you more.
You want to put a shout out for your channel, Jose?
Well, if you guys want to watch what goes down in the Jose JG Boom channel and see if it's a fact, the rage and the temper tantrum that Rakia took, go visit my channel. It's called Jose JG Boom.
Another lie by Jose while he's plugging his deceiving channel. I haven't been on your VC. You haven't heard anything from me. I haven't been in your voice in months.
Oh, I remember. I've only been in chat. My birthday like 2 years ago. Remember that? That was fucking scream. That one, Jose.
We had a laugh.
Yeah.
One of the funnest days ever.
I think so. Yeah. That was a friendship there, right?
Well, last night was pretty funny.
Yeah. Blue Marble still supports me because he's actually a member of my channel, so that's good. Yeah. Shout out to Blue. Yeah.
Good. Yes. Nice. Everybody should support you.
Yeah, the YouTube, not the Discord.
The YouTube, yeah. He's a membership channel membership. Yeah.
Nice. That keeps you going.
That's an extra, I don't know, $100 a month. It's good. It helps.
Nice. Yeah.
I mean, for everybody, every member that I have, if you add them all up, it's $100. The raw, but I get like $50 at the end of the day from the YouTube payment. So yeah, it's an extra $50 that I see in my hands a month. That's good.
Should go Patreon. You get a better return.
Yeah, I think it's easy to set up. If I can send a Patreon, anybody can do it. It took me a while though.
So do you think it's worth going pro on this YouTube thing then, Jose?
I don't know. You gotta ask a pro.
Or are you just an amateur?
Yes, indeed. Until I break the 50,000 subscribers, maybe 100,000 subscribers, that line, then I'll be an amateur. I only broke 1,000 barely.
So when you were saying that Blue Rage quit, you've just changed that now, have you?
Where did I say that? When in the live show?
Yesterday, yeah.
About 20 minutes.
He rage quit yesterday on your show. Even
I haven't said that here today. I haven't said that here today.
Maybe you said it yesterday, right?
Maybe I said it. Yeah, maybe I said it after he left because I was it was flip-flop mode, man. If you guys don't know, I go in the mode. In the triggering people mode, and when somebody leave, whatever reason, I call them quitters. I call them rage quitters. I did that with Bob. Bob today, I think he was, or yesterday, he left. And I say he rage quit. He didn't, but I call it like that because he's entertaining for the audience. So there you go.
Yeah. See, there you go. So Blue Jose did say you rage quit yesterday on his show.
I say that.
I didn't actually see Blue rage quit. I just heard you say that. I was trying to find out.
That yesterday, of course. Yeah, it was the fun thing to say in the moment, even if it wasn't true.
About anyone.
I just deceive for money on YouTube.
I just deceive for entertainment, not for money, because I didn't even get $1 for that. I deceived for entertainment, maybe.
You didn't make any money yesterday while you were deceiving people?
Not when I say.
Is that a lie?
If I say that Blue rage quit, I didn't even make $1 for that comment. So no, I didn't make money for
that one comment.
But for I say that comment.
But for your show, which you deceive on, you receive money, right?
I don't deceive people just because.
You don't.
I just have fun and have fun in the show. And
you've lied like 4 times right here on live show.
Yeah, you just said you deceive for entertainment.
Responsible trolling, responsible trolling online goes back.
Is that what you call it? Responsible trolling?
Yeah, it goes hand to hand.
How do you responsibly lie?
Jose JG, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, look at my name, look at my channel. That's
really
how you do it.
You don't have children, and I really hope you never have children. Never be around children.
Isn't that a little bit personal right there? Isn't that a personal attack?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, easy.
You're a dangerous person.
You're not everybody. I don't deal with personal attacks.
See you later, Jose.
See you later, Jose.
See you later, Jose. Bye.
Not a good look.
He's rage quitting, ladies and gentlemen. That's a rage quit. I can't believe you stayed that long. We were giving it to him pretty hot and heavy. Go support Jose JG if you like that deception.
Yep.
Send money now.
And did you hear that, Blue? I hope you did. Yes, he did say that you rage quit yesterday. I was only going off what Jose said, but I guess he said it was flip-flop, not Jose, even though it's a bit hard to tell which one it is. One of them lies, it appears. It's okay, though, because it's just responsible trolling, he calls it. Lying for entertainment purposes.
He blatantly lied here.
Yeah.
He knows I have the DMs that shows he was lying. He doesn't care. Why would you ban me, Jose? I quit as soon as you told me to kill that conversation. I didn't want the conversation to start in the first place. It was defaming my name. I wanted it to stop. I was just defending my name, and you banned me, and I asked why, and you're lying about it. You lied last night on your show, Jose, when you told everybody you banned me for spamming. Lie.
Yeah,
you told everybody
lies.
banned me for spamming last night for posting all my Nug Life stuff. That's a lie. He just told you why he banned me, and he'll say I'm whining right now. That's why he times me out and bans me for pointing out his deception. He considers that whining. He considers deception responsible trolling.
Well, he does consider this publicity that's good for him. This is the sort of stuff he likes. This is the sort of stuff his followers like.
Well, some people will go over there and see it for themselves. That's cool. That's why he comes in here. We all know that. He'll probably go live later on. A couple people will go in there just to see what happens.
He's already been live today.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I missed that, Jose. I'm sure it was great.
Yeah, I mean, people sort of say that we are insular, right? We don't go out anywhere. Well, yeah, we do. We've been out everywhere. It just so happens that they all ban us and do the sort of stuff Ricky has just explained.
It's hard to go anywhere when you're banned for nothing, and then you just go and chat, and you're having a conversation with someone who's not trolling. Like they're asking you questions, and you're giving your response, which is your truth, your reality, and then you get timed out, and then they're like still talking about you and posting your name in this chat while Jose is timing you out and seeing who's timed out. He just said that he sees who's timed out and for what reason, and then they keep on in the chat posting your name. Oh, poor, and then type your name, and he knows it's happening and comes in here and lies, straight up lies. I guess he was being flip-flop at the time. Doesn't care about doxing. I think Farmer's Boy is a mod there. They all have wrenches, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
whatever.
Everybody has wrenches.
Well, except for me. I've done nothing to lose my wrench. He just took it away so they could time me out. Told everybody on a live show to do it.
Yeah, hold on's asking. What happened last time? I mean, Jose likes... He calls it clearing the chat, right? So when I was accused of being a child abuser, pretty much like Rakia, and the way they like to wind you up, when you reply to them, in order to for Jose to clear the chat, he just bans you or gets rid of you and clears all of the messages. So I just haven't bothered clicking it back again. I can't see the point of going back over there.
Yeah, I go over there. He's right. I go over there for entertainment. I like the challenge or whatever you want to call it. What's funny is it just reminded me the last time he banned me or did whatever. Someone was said pet offender or something like that, right? Poodle lover, whatever they said to wind you up. And I typed the same word back to him like as a question. Poodle lover, what's that? Well, he banned me for typing the words poodle lover towards that guy. Like I was calling that guy the poodle lover, right? I know they're getting a kick out of me saying that, but it's a joke. Jose's either ignorant or he's a biased prick. I think it's a little of both, maybe myself. That's enough about Jose. All right, thanks.
Thanks. Well, it was sort of it's your night with this straight line, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like you did get that out of Bob, man.
I didn't do nothing. I was like, Bob just spewed it out. And I was really trying to help him, actually. I actually was trying to help. Like, Bob, are you sure? Are you sure? You're not backwards? Oh, no, I'm never wrong. I thought the phone call bit was the funniest part, though. Actually, when they got butthurt, I left on a phone call, which I don't have control over on my Discord or on my phone, and then came back and was like, "Hey, man, sorry about that. Oh, if you want to go take a phone call, you need to let us know."
It literally just declared victory as well, and you came back.
That's how you defeat a flat earther or whatever, by making him go on a phone call and then talking shit about him while he's gone. I didn't hear what they said until I heard the recording. I was like, what are they talking about? Well, when I came back and they started chastising me, I'm like, what is are y'all really need to be hateful this much for someone taking a phone call?
Some people take it too seriously. There's no one more serious than a globe earther. Talking about their model. Like, you get some of the weirdest people around here.
Like, they say I sound triggered, but I'm smiling and laughing even right now. Like, I'm just like, it's amazing to me what they say and do. They never laugh. I never hear them laugh. I asked Riding on Eggshells today, does he ever laugh? Of course I laugh. I've never heard you laugh, man. Not once. Out of everything you say, the many hours that you talk, because you always control the conversation, never heard you laugh. They should come over to on the level. They'll hear some laughter.
Yeah. Oh, last night was funny.
That was hilarious. At least he didn't draw blood.
Yeah.
I think he took that long to recover from the last little blood loss he had.
Yeah, 3 weeks off.
The blood sacrifice. The astrolabe blood sacrifice ceremony that he put on live show.
Oh.
Is Blue still in
I don't know.
Chat trolling?
Yeah, I think you have to trigger Blue out. You have to say something, and he
Scooter
then comes out. I think he's getting a bit reeling because he was trying to ask for an apology, and then Jose said, yeah, he did actually say Rakia rage quit to everybody publicly on his live show for entertainment purposes. Blue, I mean, like just for entertainment purposes.
You're being used, Blue, for entertainment. Don't you realize it? And you're paying money to do it. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, give me money so at any time I can make fun of you and use you, make you rage quit, say anything I want to make you rage quit, even deceive you, tell lies about you, so I can entertain my other guests and they'll give me money.
Trolling responsibly.
JG channel. Come one, come all. Troll responsibly.
That means
if he won't plug it, I would. Yeah, if he won't plug it, I will. I don't know why he's not proud of his channel. I mean, it's the way he makes his living, I believe. Everybody should go over there and get deceived and give him some money.
Yeah, slander as well. Don't forget about that.
And doxing.
Yeah, he does a bit of all
on
sorts.
A daily basis. He wants proof. I could go in there right now. The first thing they're going to do is post my name. It happens every time I'm in there. Farmer's boy of all people. What, isn't he one of the nice guys?
Well,
okay, maybe not. Maybe it's just a character.
Yeah,
maybe
teams were talked about at Bedford by Rumpus on Jose's as well. That was on Jose's as well again. Interesting. So, model Affliction Monday. Some of the things that the model makes you do. Jose's been doing it tonight. The model leads Jose's, well, flip-flop. He's in the middle of it. We were talking about it. Where are we going? Because we're not flat Earth. But we're never going to get away from the globe earthers because we trigger the shit out of them. In fact, we trigger the shit out of flat earthers too. Sorry, flat earthers. Don't mean to. We just seem to be able to trigger the shit out of everyone. I am really sorry if I trigger you or your model affliction makes you triggered by the things that I say. I'm sorry. But I'm going to have to keep saying truthful things, and they're very simple. Come to the Discord. The Discord is where everything happens. Like I say, these are just the YouTube chats where we show people what we do. And it's Monday night is Model Affliction night, where hopefully we give you an idea that if the model can actually make you do things that you don't realise, once you're into that, Asking showed us a bit this week, once you're on that train track, you've bought into that globe package or the flat earth package, or it doesn't really matter, you're on the train and that train track's going in one direction, you can't get off. You're best off not getting on that train, because it's hard to get off it once you get on anything like that, I think. Owning that model makes you confined to that model. Jose's upset. That's a shame. How the mighty have fallen. Imagine being a YouTuber with an upcoming channel and having to troll and tell people that you troll responsibly / lie about people in your chat that have been there all the time on the panel, entertainingly triggering them for entertainment for your channel. I don't know. I don't think it's a good business model myself. I wouldn't go with that. I like to try and have a different sort of attitude. We're going to have to be a different path. Just having a conversation. Hopefully we can have conversations that people don't get triggered. I don't like the shouting, screaming. And I think we're going to be doing away with the seriously model afflicted. Because I think they're learning that they're not doing themselves any favours. I've got a video on at the minute from the live stream that we did about a straight line now. Brenda one. I know I people don't like the music and all that. Well, I don't like hearing Brenda. Somebody put that Brenda's okay when you put it on a Buster song. So hopefully, I think there's going to be like a bit of a farewell one with the straight line, Brenda, Buster, you don't understand. Maybe a fool's involved in it as well. To say goodbye, because Brenda has helped us, model afflicted, but there is a point that you can reach where certain people are so model afflicted. We've learnt a lot from Brenda, but I don't know. This diletheism and postmodernist thinking is just not compatible with what we do here. It's not working. We're gonna have to separate. I know it's gonna be tough for Brenda. I think we'll get over it pretty easily. It'll not be much of a problem for us. But sorry, Brenda. I think our relationship's gone. You can come in and say goodbyes if you want at some point. Maybe one last time.
Today was a pretty good test, I thought. Brenda came in and someone muted her or server muted her or whatever, and no one really caused the fuss. No one said anything about it, so maybe, yeah, might be time for her.
Well, we were having a good conversation about Betty, the logician, and we know Brenda's working with Betty, so Brenda didn't need to hear about that discussion. So that was a very wise decision, and nobody cared, actually. It was just, that's it, out, stop, no more.
I think I actually got thanked for it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so that's definitely we've done with that. I know, but it's not because of what Jose said, Brenda. But Jose didn't influence us at all. It's been coming for a while. We just have to break up. It's tough. It's not us. It's you. Is that how it works? Is that how you say it?
With Brenda, it is.
Yeah. But obviously, we try to not talk about the model, but the people that do come and talk about the model obviously progress what we do. We just end up with more proofs on our side, and they are real proofs. You want to come and learn them? We do it in the Discord. We don't like putting it in the text, and I personally don't really like putting them out on YouTube live. It's much better to be done in here, because what we do is I don't know, there's a bit of an art to the way we do what we do, and it's much funnier if we keep us in jokes. Much funnier. So come on in and get involved with the jokes and the some of the stuff that we do. We try and live in reality as much as we can, and we understand that the model is tough for people, but we just try and make it funny. And I think that's the difference, is that while we're just trying to be having a laugh, the other people take it far too seriously, and that's a sign of this argument or whatever's been affected people too much. Where if you can't laugh about, I don't know, I mean, this isn't life or death, is it? It's just a conversation about people's models and where they think they live. It's only about what you think in your mind. Different people. If you can't handle if you can't handle anything being challenged, you're best off. Definitely don't come into the Discord. But I don't want anybody listening and getting triggered either. So, don't know. Model affliction is real, and we try to help. Yeah, it's pretty obvious that this thing's going. You know, this Buster Sang. Oh, here we go. Video screen. Buster did a live performance the other day. Oh. Right. You guys in Discord, do you want to come into the YouTube? This is Buster live. You guys should be able to see that. Right. We go. A quick break for Buster.
I gotta check. Oh, missed out. I totally botched this one up, but let's give it a go. It's True Level Bitch, but acoustic. So, I gotta change a couple things.
This is the sort of stuff we do live. Buster said this the other day.
Oh, this is
practicing.
Good. I didn't realize this. Just found it out.
Buster live.
Check this out.
We are in a war that's in the mind for all to face. Choices will be made. You can choose to let your mind be free. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. We will watch it die. We will watch it all come tumbling down. We're tired of the lies. We're tired of the obfuscation now. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. Let these shadows win. Step into the light. We will not let these shadows win. Step into the light. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. And we will watch it burn. We will watch it all come tumbling down. From the ashes come something that is pure for all to see. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you find, in the end you find, yes, in the end you find we're all looking for the truth.
Ooh, that's live. That's what we get. Well, probably not often enough, but Buster does that live in Discord for us. Regular? Should be a bit more regular. So you want to get involved? Come on into the Discord. I'm going to try and do all of those, more of those recordings of the different songs live. Buster acoustic. That was literally Buster singing live and me clicking record while he was doing it. We're so blessed to have Buster with us. Thank you, Buster. And we've got a fully boosted server, so that's why it sounds that good. Somebody's left. So that was just a little bit of a, I don't know, Buster live. Buster did that live for us yesterday, just before Askin did a presentation. You missed out on that. That was a one-time deal. Some special stuff going on in the server. If you want to come and get involved, just click the link, come and join in. We're not intimidating. And hopefully we're going to be moving away from the flat earth, globe earth thing. Although they seem to be obsessed with us. There's nothing we can do about that. If you fancy risking yourself being labelled as a, I don't know, flat earth, I think flat earth is the derogatory one. Nobody really thinks that a globe earth is derogatory. But I don't think you're allowed to not have a model or not give a shit. Everybody seems to be really upset that you have to have one or the other, especially within this community. And then, like, but we're not really in a community. We're just sort of we've got a Discord server. Do I see Rumpus? Oh, Rumpus. Rumpus won't come in. We've found Rumpus's garlic. The garlic for Rumpus is just to not let him put his stream on. Not let him stream anything. So whoever that was that sent us the thing about Rumpus porn bombing us, a possibility of Rumpus porn bombing us, he seems to be upset about it. So yeah, because we run a live stream on YouTube, we've got to be careful what we put out there. And it was let known to us that Rumpus was using that live feature to drown out the sound of everybody else, because it overpowers, it gives it mic control. But we don't know, he could have put anything on there to help shut down the server. We do seem to be under attack from copyright strikes and stuff. We never know who's on what team. Not saying that we're paranoid, but you've just got to be careful nowadays what you do, especially when you've got a YouTube channel. So if anybody wants to come and do any collaborations or anything, we're up for some. I'd still like to see Beddy with the Logic, and also we didn't really get a chance to do McToon, did we? We've got the big one at the minute is McToon has a challenge that he is using to bash flat earthers with, because somebody's brought an argument about a particular angle measuring device. McToon is now walking around with a $10,000 challenge, bashing flat earthers. But anybody listening, McToon has put in the stipulations of his challenge that you have to, let me see if I can find it, you have to here we go. So main screen, right, this is, oh, can you guys see that in the Discord? Let me get my screen. Oh.
Well, you got to locate it at, Biff.
I've got it on my main screen. Wait a minute. Is that it? Can you guys see that? Is that?
Yeah, see it now.
The navigators. This is McToon's £10,000 flat Earth sextant challenge, and he's directed it at flat earthers. I guess you know which flat earthers he's particularly directing this at. Not us, because we've never got involved with this argument. Think it's a bit ridiculous. It's just measures angles. But $10,000 is up for grabs. There should be people that are waiting for that. I mean, Bitcoin transfer. Observation date was in November 15th, 2018. Quite a long time ago. I don't really get it. Celestial navigation has been, and flat earthers often claim that a sextant can only work on a flat plane. I guess you know who that argument is. I mean, that doubling up of what a plane is has been, I mean, I'm guessing that's orientation, when flat isn't an orientation. So you may not know, you may know whose argument it is. And this implies that all usages of sextants to perform celestial navigations have never worked using globe geometry. Don't know. And celestial navigation can only work on a flat Earth with flat Earth geometry. So there's two different geometries there in this challenge already. And that's in the preface. So here's the challenge. His challenge says, using only flat Earth geometry. Here's my problem. What the fuck's flat Earth geometry? This is his challenge.
Can we say what flat Earth geometry is? We'll say, okay, it's Euclidean geometry. You guys, you use your
This is his challenge. It's got $10,000.
Yeah, I know. But
Well, he now has to state. He has to state. Yeah, it's not in this document. That there is nothing within this document that states what flat Earth geometry is, and it's the first part in his challenge, using only flat Earth geometry. We don't know what it is.
We need to get him to label that.
Yep.
Tell us what flat Earth geometry is. Okay, is that Euclidean geometry like we use?
No. Don't lead him. We want to know what flat Earth geometry is. I wouldn't mind knowing what globe geometry is either. Right, and the difference between the two.
And the difference. Yeah. Yes, the difference is important.
That's all we need to know. So anybody listening, That's all we need to know. McToon, what is flat Earth geometry, number one? Because that's the geometry that we have to use. Anyone has to use in order to get his $10,000. They have to use flat Earth geometry, and we haven't got a fucking clue what it is. That seems a pretty poorly set out challenge to me. You'd be better off going for Dave Weiss's Bitcoin than this one. I mean, Dave Weiss is only asking for a globe proof. Which is, I mean, it's probably easier to get a globe proof than it is to get this fucking stupid thing. How can you start off using only flat Earth geometry? I mean, what would he say? If you were to do anything, he'd say, no, you didn't use flat Earth geometry. It's like, well, what is it? It doesn't really matter, does it? Just not. It's, you know, it's just not the geometry that you would use to do anything. I guess it's geometry. He thinks it's geometry that doesn't work. So if you could possibly do something, then it can't be that geometry. I don't know. Nobody's told us. I've been trying to ask him.
He'll make an excuse why, if we do it without actually clarifying what he is thinking first, he'll just make an excuse of why it's wrong, why it's not what he thought.
Yeah, I mean, I've got PhD Tony telling me about flat Earth geometry. And I can remember saying to him,
he told you it was flat Earth geometry.
And I said, it's not flat Earth geometry, dude. It's just Euclidean geometry. But I mean,
Euclidean.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't want to push you into picking any particular type of geometry and handing out geometry to anybody. But we here only know Euclidean geometry. So, I mean, it would be handy if he gives us that, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
G'day, Charles. He's coming to the.
Oh, hey.
Hello.
Hey, Charles.
Hi.
Come back.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah. That sounds good.
So I'm coming to the rescue to explain what flat Earth versus globe Earth geometry is, at least to my perspective.
All right. Are you? Has McToon sent you in? Because
No.
I still want to hear it from him. It's his challenge, isn't it? But yeah, if you want to give us a go, yeah.
He's not Irish. It's MC Toon. Those are his initials.
Mac, he's Scottish. He's Scottish heritage.
Well, it's his initials. His first name is Michael. So it's
I
MC
don't want to be
Toon.
doxing anybody.
We don't care. He's still
Yeah.
McTool.
McToon. Yeah, Scottish.
Okay.
He's definitely not an MC.
So,
Without that
and he's
out.
definitely not a cartoon. I think what the challenge is basically that, most flat earthers believe that everyone's telephone pole is parallel. Everyone's flagpoles are parallel, right? The horizon is flat and level, and so what the challenge is to do celestial navigation or some kind of navigation using angles. Sighted into either stars or the sun. I think it's with stars. But you have to use the geometry where everyone's telephone poles, everyone's flagpoles are parallel. That's what he means by flat Earth geometry. Is if your vision of the world is that everyone's flagpoles are parallel.
So Euclidean.
Euclidean is a descriptive geometry. So is non-Euclidean. They're both descriptive. They're not prescriptive.
How about
Euclidean is a practical
Yeah,
geometry.
Would you say that vertical and horizontal being perpendicular? Which model would you put that on?
Oh, you can put them in both if you just
Perpendicular,
have the
you
proviso
sure?
that's local. Perpendicular
What?
and horizontal are perpendicular. Sure.
No, you can't.
But level is not flat. So the thing about non-Euclidean geometry is it gives us a way of describing things that are on the surface of a sphere. And so for this challenge, which was your question, which is why I came in here, what is globe Earth geometry? Well, it's people describe themselves, like me, as living on the surface of a spheroid. And so when we sight into stars, it uses certain angles and certain principles. Whereas if someone is a flat earther, they believe that the Earth is, yes, the Earth has hills and valleys, but everyone's flagpole is parallel. And then so when they sight into stars, well, then they need to use different kinds of angle measurements. And so the question is, well, no, a different way of analyzing the angles such that you could perform navigation. That's the key.
Sorry.
And I know this channel.
You measure the same angle. Yeah.
Yeah, but the analysis is different, and that's the key of
the analysis
MC2's
of the
challenge.
angle is different.
Is different. Yes.
How so?
So where's the geometry then, right? Because the angle is the same, and the angle is the geometry, right? That's what an angle is, right?
No,
you're definitely
no.
not measuring non-Euclidean angles, are you?
Well, again, Euclidean versus non-Euclidean. That's just descriptive. You can measure an angle.
No, it's not. It's
in any kind of geometry.
No.
So,
do you even know what non-Euclidean geometry is?
Yeah, I know a little bit. I mean, I know that the reason why it's invoked in the flat Earth globe Earth debate is that essentially latitude and longitude. If you want to describe a location, on the surface of the Earth, it's
that's
using
got
latitude
nothing
and longitude.
to do with. That's not non-Euclidean.
Yeah, yes, it is. It's
not.
It's a way of describing
it's
a
not.
position on the surface of a spheroid.
No, it's not. Latitude and longitude are not non-Euclidean.
Oh, they most certainly are. They're 100%.
They are.
Absolutely. Yeah, because the whole point about non-Euclidean is being able to describe where you are on the surface of a non-planar, non-flat surface, or non-3D, or everything.
You mean
like
the 2D?
So I know that you went back and forth with what is her name, the woman you were just talking about, the one with the apple pie as her logo. Anyway, Brenda. She describes the surface of the sphere as 2D, and like the two dimensions could be latitude and longitude.
That's what latitude and longitude are. They're two.
Right.
It's a two-dimensional coordinate system.
Yes.
Right.
And you could describe anywhere on the surface of a sphere using just two numbers.
No,
so
you
therefore,
can't.
the surface.
No, you can't.
Euclidean.
Or you could do it with a plastic globe. It doesn't have to be the shape of the Earth. But
you
if
can't.
someone hands you a globe, sure you can.
You can't.
How come?
Sorry. Because you can't put two numbers on a sphere, can you?
Yes, you can. I mean, you need starting point.
That's a 3D sphere.
You need to know the equator.
Yes, it is.
And you need to know your prime meridian. If you know those two things, where's your equator, where's your prime meridian, then just two numbers can give you any location on that.
But you need to fix the axis. How can you say that? You just need two numbers once you've fixed an axis and found the meridian.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, you've already got two axes there to start your axis and your meridian. That's two numbers, right?
No. And I think we had this conversation before, where if I handed you a sheet of graph paper, if I handed you a sheet of graph paper and I said, I want you to plot
X
2,
and Y.
3, you wouldn't be able to do it unless you knew where the x-axis and the y-axis was. Just having a sheet of graph paper doesn't give you...
Yeah, so you have to have an X and a Y to start off with.
Right, and so and with the globe, you need the equator and you need the prime meridian. Those are your X and Y axes.
So there's your two.
So you have two axes. One's the equator, so you call that the horizontal axis, and then one's the prime meridian, which is your vertical axis, and then, and you could use positive and negative numbers. And describe any location on the surface of and it could be a plastic globe, it could be a toy globe.
It's 3D though, right? Numbers. That radius can go anywhere, literally, can't it?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The radius of that circle can go anywhere.
Oh, right. A sphere is, it's all the points that are defined as being equidistant from the center of the sphere. So the, radius is, in all directions from the center of that sphere. But the point I was trying to make, because I wanted to clarify what MC Toon's challenge was, is that when people say globe geometry, they're talking about, the Earth as being a spheroid. I mean, pretty close to a sphere. The stars
non-Euclidean geometry, though.
The stars being almost an infinite distance away, effectively infinite distance away.
Non-Euclidean geometry for the globe.
Well, I mean, using latitude and longitude, yes, it's definitely non-Euclidean to describe the surface of that globe.
So that leave the flat earthers with the Euclidean geometry?
Well,
obviously we've got to get McToon to agree to this. I mean, this is McToon's challenge.
But
we don't want to be.
But I think the problem
words in
the problem
his
is
mouth
that
or anything.
Yeah, the problem is that Euclidean is just descriptive. For example, GPS coordinates are in Euclidean geometry. They give you an X, Y, and Z. So any place on the Earth gives you an X, Y, and Z.
That's handy,
so
isn't it?
that's Euclidean, so it's not handy. Like, it's not like saying, oh, the Earth is Euclidean. No, the
shortest straight line distance, with a straight line being a straight line. That's Euclidean as well, isn't it?
Sure. Yeah, sure. And if you were to take the shortest straight line distance across the surface of a sphere, then that is non-Euclidean. You'd call those a great circle, great circle arc. And again, you could do that on a plastic globe, regardless of the shape of the Earth. So
yeah, well, you would cut a chord then, wouldn't you? That's a straight line. Because that's Euclidean, right? So the shortest distance is actually still a straight line, isn't it?
Well, in non-Euclidean, when we talk about distance,
in non-Euclidean, you only have 2D. It never makes it into reality. It never makes 3D ever. Non-Euclidean. It doesn't reach reality. So you just have to imagine it. It's imaginometry.
There's different ways of describing the word distance. You can have a practical distance, which goes across the surface of something. And then, if you just do a
straight line distance, the practical one that you would measure, practically.
No.
Yeah, that's what you would do. You would measure it practically.
If there is a wall in your way, and you say, "What's the shortest way I could walk from here to there?" Well, you have to walk around the wall, but you would say that was definitely the shortest distance that you could travel. So you got this practicality to it. And that's actually non-Euclidean.
Can I just imagine a door in the middle of the wall and just walk through the wall?
Yeah, but what if the door was
like
not
an actual straight line?
But what if the door was
I'd just do
off-center?
that then. Well, I know. I just imagine the straight line being a straight line, right? Not because there's a wall there.
Absolutely.
Right? The straight line is still a straight line.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So non-Euclidean, actually Euclidean straight lines.
Right. The key is that with non-Euclidean geometries, when you describe distances, it's usually across surfaces, as opposed to like a laser beam that cuts through. Like, for example, the chord. You just mentioned the chord. That's a laser beam straight.
That's
line.
Euclidean. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, being a straight line that's
just being a chord, it's Euclidean. Yeah.
But the point about non-Euclidean geometry, and then there's a whole ton of them. It's not just spheroid.
But you're the one that has to do that, not us.
Well,
there's a ton of them.
You have to go changing everything from Euclidean into something else.
No, I'm not changing anything. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Euclidean is the practical geometry that we use to measure.
Yeah.
And you're agreeing with.
Well, no, it's right. But the thing is, the name of the geometry is not prescriptive. It is descriptive. And like I said,
Charles,
a GPS.
He's saying flat Earth geometry and globe geometry. So, you're saying the flat Earth geometry is Euclidean. Okay, that's fine.
No, that's not what I said.
He might be trying to say that globe Earth geometry is non-Euclidean. And they might have made up a straw man geometry, flat Earth geometry. It might also be non-Euclidean. We don't know.
I never said any of that. I never said any of that.
No,
So
I'm not saying for you. I'm saying for McToon. It's McToon's challenge. He's the one that stated it. Now, sorry. I don't know what flat Earth geometry is. I don't know what globe Earth geometry is. Now, I think that's because I have a good understanding of Euclidean geometry. And therefore, me, and Paige, obviously, most of the people in here, have an understanding of Euclidean geometry. So when you say an other geometry, it's hard for us to get a grip of what exactly you're meaning. And is it different than the Euclidean geometry that we all know about?
Yeah, well, that's why I keep referring back to just a plastic globe, because regardless of the shape of the Earth, I think everybody who has ever held a globe in their hands can understand the concept of, okay, here's the equator.
That's a sphere. Euclidean geometry, a 3D sphere. Yes, everybody knows what a ball is.
Right. Everybody knows what a ball is, and you could describe it with Euclidean terms.
Yep.
With the radius, you got a center and you got a radius.
Yep.
But to describe
Pi,
locations,
could we say pi is a good ratio, right, for us to have within Euclidean? We could say pi is a Euclidean. Yeah.
No, pi is not Euclidean at all.
Yeah, of course it is, because the radius and the circumference, that's a circle. Okay. And that relationship, can't last, can it?
But with the family of Euclidean geometry that's known as ellipsoid geometry, or elliptical geometry, one of those names, pi is very important there as well. So pi is very important in non-Euclidean geometry. So, but the point that I was trying to make,
pi lasts in elliptical geometry as well.
What's the difference then? A sphere is a subset of a spheroid. Ellipsoid. I'm sorry, ellipsoid. And so
an ellipse just think about pi.
It. If you hold a globe in your hand, every line of latitude is a circle. Okay, so then pi is very important to those circles, describing them, measuring
Euclidean.
them.
A Euclidean sphere.
Yeah. Well, but the point I'm trying to make is that the non-Euclidean is relative to the surface.
It's only 2D, though.
It's just conceptual. Describing how you get from one place to another place, practically traveling on the surface.
Just
not
2D.
Using a cord.
You had to go at Brenda earlier for saying that 2D. Non-Euclidean geometry is only in 2D. It never makes it into 3D reality.
Well, the actual surface is three-dimensional. Okay, but we're describing locations.
Exactly.
So, but just to clarify, the flat Earth geometry versus globe Earth geometry in MC Toon's challenge, a real simple question is: do you believe that every flagpole on Earth is parallel to each other? Well, then that's what MC Toon is calling flat Earth geometry. Do you believe every flagpole on Earth is diverging away from each other? Well, then that's globe Earth geometry.
Perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel.
A plane that is a
2D plane.
A Euclidean plane, yes, all perpendiculars are parallel.
Yeah.
But that doesn't describe flagpoles on a globe. Right? It does describe flagpoles on what most people call flat Earth. I know you don't call it flat Earth, but
so Euclidean then.
Well, but Euclidean, it's just a descriptive. Just Euclidean geometry is just descriptive. Like I said, you could describe locations on Earth using GPS coordinates, which are X, Y, and Z, also known as Euclidean 3D coordinates.
All perpendiculars to a plane would be parallel.
But you could also describe locations on the Earth with latitude and longitude, which is non-Euclidean. So I was just trying to clear that up about MC Toon's challenge. And I think the key is just ask about flagpoles.
Clear as mud.
Clear as mud. So if you believe flagpoles are parallel over across the whole world, then that's flat Earth geometry. If you believe flagpoles are all divergent and flagpoles all point to the center of the Earth, then that's globe Earth geometry.
What about all horizontals being parallel?
That's not part of it.
What?
That just gets confusing.
Why?
because horizontal is a local phenomenon. So
But they are all parallel, right?
No, they're not.
Well, they're
Because it's a
not.
local phenomenon. No.
Oh, I think they all are.
Isn't horizontal?
Yeah, I get you think that, because you also probably believe, if I understand you correctly, that all flagpoles are parallel to each other, and I totally get that. I totally understand that
I
concept.
don't say flagpoles are all parallel. I've never said that. Be silly.
Well, no, I mean, if you could conceptualize flagpoles,
All perpendiculars to a plane would be parallel.
Yeah, I mean, if
and
the
all
flagpoles
horizontals are parallel,
are vertical.
So all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane,
so
would be vertical.
Yeah,
wouldn't
but
they?
but I hope I was trying to clear up MC Toon's, when he talks about flat Earth geometry versus globe Earth geometry, that's what he means. He doesn't mean anything more extensive than that.
Yeah,
And non-Euclidean
versus Euclidean, I think.
No.
I think that's what we got.
No, because those geometries are descriptive. You could use both of them to describe things.
I was just going to say,
wherever
you're
you
going to want to use
No.
both of them, aren't you?
You're not
They're
going to
not-
have a 2D. You're not having
They're
a
not
2D spherical plane, are you? That
Well,
that
the
doesn't
surface
sound
of a
right.
sphere is a 2D sphere.
But it's not a
It's
plane.
a 2D surface.
It's not a
Right.
2D plane. Come on.
It's a 2D surface. It's a
Oh,
2D,
don't no. Well, what's the
know?
difference between a 2D and a 2D?
Well, if you talk about latitude and longitude, clearly you're talking about a spherical shape.
Okay,
If
can
could
you
describe any location?
Can
with
you,
two
with
numbers.
your spherical 2D surface, can you have a tangent?
Yeah, of course,
Really?
of course.
Okay, so now a tangent would be straight.
Well, yeah. I mean, if it's a tangent line, obviously the line is going to be straight. If it's a tangent plane, the plane is flat.
so
So
it's
you could have a tangent, all kinds of tangents.
Okay,
yes.
so can we develop that tangent into a tangent plane?
Oh, sure. I
Okay,
mean, like,
now, so
just
you've got
imagine a ball. Just
you've
imagine
got
a ball sitting on the
2D,
floor.
a 2D plane touching a 2D surface.
Yes, at one point.
Right. So is there a distance between those two 2D surfaces?
Well, at the point of tangency, they're in contact. But all other locations, it's they diverge away from each other when you get further from the point of tangency.
Two 2D surfaces.
Yeah, a 2D non-Euclidean surface, which is the sphere, and a 2D Euclidean, planar surface, which is we'll call it the floor. You can say a ball is resting on the floor. Right?
Yeah, but
They're in contact.
a ball is a
The ball's
3D
created.
Euclidean ball.
Right.
You've got two
right.
things
and
the
you
same,
could just,
and you're saying they're different.
okay. So imagine
Major
instead of a
complaint.
ball,
You've got a
it
law
is
of identity violation.
here.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
not.
It
Oh my
is.
goodness.
Yes, it is.
So,
It's a massive
So-
law of identity violation, Matt.
okay, explain how though.
Because you've
Explain how
got
that's a violation.
2D that's a plane, length times breadth, and then you've got 2D that's a ball.
Which is latitude and longitude.
But
There's no
they're
contradiction.
both 2D.
Yes, but it's not the same dimensions. You're not saying.
Well,
length
how's
and
it?
width.
How's it
2D
different?
to 2D. Yeah.
So, and I'm pretty sure Brent explained this to you about 27 times.
Wow.
But if you hold a toy plastic globe in your hand, you could literally
A ball.
locate
It's 3D.
any. You can locate any location
3D.
on the surface of that
3D.
with two numbers.
It's 3D.
Right? And if it takes only two numbers to identify any location on the surface of that globe, then that surface is a 2D surface. Of course, the ball is
Talking
3D.
about a coordinate system versus
Right, right, exactly.
object.
The coordinate
It's a
system to
conflation
locate
error.
a point on the
You're
surface of the
conflating the
globe.
two. It's a fallacy. You're conflating the two. It's not
I'm
the
sorry,
same thing.
conflating what two?
You're conflating a coordinate system and a three-dimensional, like a two-dimensional system with a three-dimensional. You can't mix and match.
Yeah, well, I think you're misunderstanding the concept of 3D does not have to be X, Y, and Z. You can have other dimensions as well.
Ma, please don't start making up dimensions. Come on, you've got a ball and a plane. It's obvious that one of them's 2D and the other one's 3D. They both can't be 2D.
Okay. So I think we agree with each other in that if we're going to use the phrase 3D to represent length, width, and height, then we can all agree that the plane is 2D and the ball is 3D.
Right.
We're in agreement.
Absolutely.
We're in complete agreement.
Yeah, all Euclidean.
But now that we are in agreement with each other, if we are only talking about the surface of the ball, make it a plastic globe with an equator, with a prime meridian. You can describe any point on the surface of that sphere with two numbers. That makes that surface two-dimensional. It's the latitude and longitude. It's two numbers. You can locate any place with just two numbers. That's all that 2D surface means. Of course, the ball is 3D. I think you and I are in complete agreement. The ball is 3D. But locating a unique point on the surface only requires two numbers, which means the surface is 2D. Okay? So,
are you putting the tangent to the 2D surface, or are you putting the tangent on a 3D ball?
You could explain it either way. They both work. You know, you could very carefully place. You could very carefully place. You could very carefully place the ball down such that the point where the ball is touching the floor, let's say, is 0, 0. The prime meridian and the equator. Right, the prime meridian and the equator. That's in contact with the floor, and you place that down at 0, 0.
I'm agreeing with you. The ball, the three-dimensional ball.
The three-dimensional ball. Yes, absolutely.
Right. So does the tangent, the two-dimensional plane, does that touch the three-dimensional ball or the two-dimensional surface?
Both. Because the surface is described with two numbers, two values, latitude and longitude, but obviously the ball is made of 3D. It's got length, it's got width, it's got height. So the 3D ball is touching 3D. The 2D surface, right? So I'm trying to agree with you. The 3D
the ball you're talking about is 3D.
Absolutely, it has length, width, and height. Okay. So the 3D ball is touching the 2D plane. Let's say a ball resting on the floor. But if you want to talk about locations on that ball, you only need two numbers.
Is that egocentric?
I don't know what that means.
Well, say you've got the ball on the floor, like you said, and it's touching the floor, call that 0, 0.
Yes.
Roll the ball. Where it's touching the floor, is that 0, 0.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I think that would be problematic. I think what you need to do is define the coordinate system on the surface of that ball, which then would roll. But I mean, you could do it either. You could do it either way. If you wanted to define 0, 0, but you'd have problems with like where's your axes and stuff. Yes, sir.
Before you get too far along, a bigger question is: does that make the floor that the ball is rolling on the same shape as the ball?
No, they're clearly not. They're clearly not the same shape.
Right.
So, but it's fun to talk about. But I think since everybody grew up going to school, I think everybody has held a globe in their hand. Whether or not you believe the shape of the Earth matches that is another thing. But I think everyone can relate to at least a plastic globe in their hands. And so if I say, okay, let's plot latitude and longitude on the surface of this, I think everyone can relate to that, whether or not the shape of the Earth matches.
I've also bought some paint. I've also bought paint and flooring, and I bought it in square foot or square yards.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but an interesting thought for you is, let's say you were painting a giant sphere. you would still use the square footage of your paint to paint the surface of the sphere, because the surface of the sphere is a 2D surface. So you can measure it in square
because I'm
feet.
not talking about the ball itself.
Right, just the surface of the ball. That's exactly right.
Because I wouldn't make the mistake of conflating the two.
No, and I haven't made the mistake of conflating the two either.
Well,
you know, like in geometry, we have various formulas, and like one of the formulas is the surface area of a sphere, and I think it's
we could mix and match
1/3 pi r cubed or pi r squared or something.
Pi, that's Euclidean.
Oh my goodness, pi is not Euclidean. Pi is just a constant.
Yeah, pi is absolutely Euclidean.
Anyway, I hope I cleared up. You know, at least from my perspective, MC2 did not send me in here. I've never actually spoken to him, but my understanding, when he says the phrase globe Earth geometry versus flat Earth geometry, so he's just interested in whether people can do celestial navigation using a concept of the world where everyone's flagpole is parallel, and everything is, you know, perpendiculars and parallels, et cetera, et cetera.
So would flat Earth geometry be spherical geometry since it's two-dimensional?
No, not well.
No, you definitely have triangles with 180 degrees, right? It's where the parallel postulate would hold true, because parallels are needed, right? You would have to have parallels, wouldn't you?
In what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the beginning of the question. You'd have to have parallels. What?
In your version of flat Earth geometry, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, flat
Earth geometry, you can't have a geometry for flat Earth that doesn't have parallels, right? Because you want all the flagpoles to be parallel.
Sure, and that's just a simple way. That's my simple way of expressing it. You know, and all flagpoles are perpendicular to the plane that, of course, the Earth has hills and valleys. We all know that. So the Earth is not technically, you know, flat, like a tabletop is flat. But for the most part, it's more shaped like a pizza than shaped like a ball, right? And so you stick a bunch of flagpoles on this pizza, and they're all going to be parallel to each other. And then, of course, you have a parallel plane.
Are you all right,
well,
Matt?
My understanding is that you...
Are you hungry?
My understanding is that you say the Earth is not flat because they have terrain features. And correct me if I'm wrong.
I say the Earth's not flat because it observably and definitely is measurably not flat.
Right, because we have elevation changes.
Absolutely, because it's not flat,
Right, but the reason why flat earthers may get annoyed with you is that you have your perception of the world.
You can do fuck all with an angle, and all horizontals are parallel.
Right,
I know they get really pissed off.
I dare you to take a sextant away from a sailor. Right, you could do F-all with an angle.
I bet you. Yeah.
But I dare you to take a sextant away from a sailor.
I bet you wouldn't find a sailor with a sextant.
Well, so there
you say,
are
where's your sextant? I'll take it off you. They'll go, I don't know, I haven't got one.
Yeah, that's because everyone uses GPS.
Yeah.
But
you dared me to do something that I obviously couldn't do. It's a bit like McToon's challenge, isn't it?
I'm poking fun. All right, I'm poking fun. If you had an ancient sailor, a sailor, 50 years ago, before the age of GPS, right? If you had a sailor, anytime before 50 years ago, that sailor, to do navigation, would be using celestial navigation. I'm sure they had like radio beacons and things like that. Technology is always improving, but a sextant would be a very important tool in his toolbox. And so if you told him you could do F-all with an angle, I think he would disagree.
Well, I think he'd definitely agree.
No, he wouldn't. Why does he carry a sextant?
It just measures angle.
But you could do F-all with an angle.
Yeah.
He He said in the toolbox, first of all, with the hammers and the nails and the screwdrivers. I'm
Yes,
just
that's
laughing.
the only kind. That's
You have to have your nails. You never know when you might need a 3-nail hooker.
Yes, absolutely. So anyway, that's all I came in here for. It's always a pleasure talking with you, Bev. And Paige.
Sweet.
So
well,
all right.
That's a nice warm up for a McToon. So McToon, please, if you can, be our guest. Let us know. Obviously, parallels are a big part of what you are going to have to give to the flat earthers, right?
I'm not really sure what you mean by that, but
well, like you get upset at like me saying all horizontals are parallel.
I don't.
And then you also say that the flat earthers need flagpoles being parallel.
Well,
right.
That's
so
just
I mean, that's very similar.
expressing.
I mean, but we're just I'm living in reality, and your straw man version of what you call the flat Earth. I mean, that also is very similar, right? That might be why you guys think that I'm a flat earther, but we're not. We're just dealing with reality. So that's where that is. Now, are you going to say that there are no parallels? Because that does sound a lot like non-Euclidean geometry. I don't want to say like you're putting words in McToon's mouth, but I mean, this could be looking quite good for the flat earthers, you know.
There's tons of parallels. It's just that we don't describe level as being a plane. Level is a sphere or a spheroid. So,
well, you do know that Euclidean geometry is the only geometry that the parallel postulate holds true in, right? And if you say that there are obviously parallels, then that looks like that's Euclidean. You might be giving McToon's a bit of a hard job here.
No, absolutely
what's he meant to be doing?
But Euclidean geometry is descriptive, not prescriptive. So, for example, on the globe Earth, every line of latitude is a circle, and the plane that passes through that circle is parallel.
Do you understand
to all the other
Euclidean
planes.
Geometry, though? I mean, when you say it's descriptive, I mean it.
Yes.
It is reality, right? It's the logic of reality. Yes, it is.
No, you could describe reality with Euclidean geometry. You could describe the shape of the Earth with non-Euclidean geometry.
You can't, because you can't find an extra place to put the more angles within a circle. You're sort of tied to a triangle only having 180 degrees in reality.
Well,
that's the problem that you're going to be having.
A planar triangle only has 180 degrees. That's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
But most people don't walk around talking about planar triangles. They just shorten it. They just say triangle.
Yeah, because it's natural. So, it's in reality.
It's right. But if you want to extend your thinking and start talking about non-Euclidean geometry, then every time you say the word triangle, you have to preface it by the word planar. To distinguish it from something like a spherical triangle.
Yeah, but you can't find more angles to put into reality. There's only 360 degrees, right? On the XYZ axis, right? The entire circle on every plane can be cut, but that's everything. It's when it's spherical geometry you're just confined to the surface. Actual Euclidean geometry is 3D. It's the only geometry that makes it into 3D. That's why you can look at a shape and go sphere, pyramid, cube, all of that, cylinder, cone, all of them shapes, they're Euclidean shapes in reality.
They could be described with Euclidean descriptions.
Yeah.
And
non-Euclidean's freaky. You can't describe anything in non-Euclidean.
No, you learned latitude and longitude as a schoolboy. You could hold a globe in your hand, and I could say latitude 27 degrees north, longitude 57 degrees west, and you'd be able to stick your pencil point right down exactly at that location. So you know exactly what non-Euclidean geometry is. Latitude and longitude on the surface of a sphere. All right. But anyway, I'm gonna let you guys go. I've monopolized about an hour of your time. So It's always a
Have a
pleasure
great
talking
day.
with you, Bev. All right, thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. Wow,
The
quick
table,
departure.
that table took a beating.
Mm.
Bow. Bow. Put a little George there.
The
A
slap
little George
button.
spin.
Yeah. I imagine he's got one of those, he's got like a DP panic button. The ballless panic button sticker on his desk. Slapping it. Thanks a lot, Math. He's come and shown us. I mean, things are looking up, Paige. This is, yeah, I never knew we were going to be so closely linked. So, oh,
Oh, robot.
Oh,
robot.
That's bad. Yeah. Try again in a minute. She's still looks like she's muted. What's going on here? I don't know
Moving
what's
in
going
slow
on
motion.
there. That's a pretty bad robot. We might need to move the server. Yeah. So, I don't know what everybody else got out of that.
I just wanted him to post, what this non-Euclidean is. Instead of, I don't want to talk about it. Post what you got. Let's see.
I will. Flat Earth, Globe Earth. I mean, that's what McToons is saying. And I don't want McToon to be swayed by math coming round here, but I mean, I would still like to know from McToon. Please, McToon. Let us know what geometry is to be used. You could only use one form of geometry that nobody knows. Math was sort of, I don't know. I wouldn't go with what math said. That's a bit too much. It's a bit extreme. But you never know.
Is this any better?
That's much better.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, what do you think about that then? What Matt was saying about math.
Yeah, to me it's becoming really obvious that everything we do is in Euclidean in reality when we go out and measure things, whatever. And then after they've done them, you come back and on paper change a few things and say it proves slow.
It's hard.
I mean, how do they ever prove spherical triangles in reality? Like standing on top of a mountain looking at two other mountains, line of sight, and they try and say that gives you a spherical triangle. You
want to move the channel? We got to move it. You're going to move the server, Bev? That's getting tough.
Yeah, I don't know when we yeah, somebody else. Can anybody else do it? Is Emma around?
She was there.
I'm sort of stuck at the minute. I don't want to be doing that. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. What we've been doing here is to hopefully establishing with everybody the reality of the simpleness of reality and how Euclidean geometry works. I mean, it is the logic of reality. It's not that you make geometry and then just be able to do things. I mean, it is literally comes from reality. The very fact that you can do the geometry and how that links to reality is, well, it's eye-opening. You realise what can be done and what can't be done. And the reason the all of the numbers are, like they say, transcendental. It's all based around the geometry. Even the numbers relate to the geometry. It's just a ratio, but in order for you to put that ratio to a number, you need to put numbers to do that. But the actual geometry is the actual numbers are based upon for pi. They're based within the geometry. Just transposed into number form. I think they know they call it transcendental. They know it'll never end. So it's the trying to square the circle. You never finish with a number. Yeah, thanks for joining in, Paige, but obviously bad connection. It is a model Affliction Monday.
Starting out great.
Pi is absolutely Euclidean. It can't be anything else. It is literally, if you go through Euclid, I mean, the circle is the foundation of it. And it's all based upon the radius being the shortest straight line distance. The circle is just a collection of points to be used at an equal distance around the circle. It's so clearly Euclidean reality, and it's so clear that non-Euclidean just isn't real. It's just been made up. That if you look into it, it's so obvious that it's been made up. They'll even tell you they made it up. We made up imaginometry. Well, it turns out they made up imaginary geometry. It's non-Euclidean. That's what they called it. Only at a certain point further on in the days, somebody decided to change it. And then now they've convinced a load of people, like Brenda, that non-Euclidean geometry might actually exist somewhere. But they don't know where. So I'm guessing they're just going to be searching for it. Oh, I don't want to be saying too much. McToons. I need McToons to say what geometry he's using. I'm going
It's so funny because it's like they're all looking at each other, waiting for what they're going to say next because they have no idea. Did you hear how many times Flat Earth Math had that little nervous laughter?
Yeah. Yeah, childish little giggle. I don't know what that is. That was strange. And I don't know why he came in to speak for McToon. Unless McToon's going to be able to say, look, loads of people have told you already, Bev. So McToon never actually has to give us an answer. But he's the one that stipulated it in his test, in his challenge. And since he's got money for it, right, there's £10,000. I mean, I don't like the Sexton argument doesn't excite me at all because I know you can do fuck all with an angle. I'd love to see what anybody wants to come up with. You know, if they want to go for it. But what intrigues me is the geometry part of it. Everybody should know that that's what we do here. Logic, geometry, reality. Link all three together. So when he says flat Earth and globe Earth geometry, there's obviously a difference between the two. They both can't be the same. That'd be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Just if he just imagines they're both the same but different. But until McToons comes and lets us know about his test, we none the wiser. I'll just have a quick check on Twitter, see whether he's might actually have. Oh, look, see. Taken straight from my Twitter. There you go. McToon. I've been asking him for ages. He says, excuse my oversight, Bev. I overestimated your ability to do your own research and didn't provide a link directly to the official rules. Send this link to the tutor that you hired to help you with reading and math. That is the one that we've just been over. The one that states flat Earth and globe Earth geometry. And I've only been asking him about 50 times today, and his trolls have been out. He's got 6 likes on that. He says here, if you had read the challenge, your questions would have been answered. There we go. This is this one here. This is me earlier on, 14 hours ago. I state, McToon doesn't mean Euclidean geometry when he talks of flat Earth geometry, does he? And then JBV says geometry period. If you use geometry on a flat Earth, the results won't back up the theory that the Earth is flat, which doesn't make any sense. These are the trolls he sends out. And then I say, all geometry can't be flat Earth geometry, can it? And then McToon says, if you had read the challenge, your questions would have been answered. Need help reading and doing the math? These people might be able to help. No, just answer the question. It's terrible. So I guess I'll be on that again tomorrow. Question after question, talking to the trolls, getting them to say, why are you answering it? Why can't McToon answer? Just want to know what flat Earth geometry is. That's all we're after. And then they're saying, well, do the challenge. And I'm saying, well, I would do the challenge, but I don't know what flat earth geometry is. And you say we have to use flat earth geometry. Round and round and round and round it goes. With McToon acting like he's the big boss man. So, if anybody's out there might be able to give us a hand, just ask McToon what does he mean by flat earth geometry? That's it. The only question. What do you mean by flat earth geometry? See if you can get him to answer. He won't answer to me. Because we don't know what geometry we can use. There is only one geometry anyone can use in reality. But don't tell McToon that until he's given you which geometry is the flat earth geometry.
He may be talking about plastic globe geometry.
Plastic globe, he was quite big on that, wasn't he? Rolling balls on the floor. Globe. I've got a little globe here.
Well, we seem to accept him pretty well because, he's quite polite or whatever. But he's so weird. It's tough to tolerate.
Yeah. What do you make of the tapping the desk asking? That's a bit.
He's a character. I just can't wait to see what we see out of him next.
George's son, or George's brother, younger brother.
Yeah, George does that tappy thing as well.
Yeah, why you being so obtuse?
I liked it when he started to get all uppity too, like they get in that, oh, how dare you speak to me like that?
Yeah, we've got Science in the chat talking about UFC night. Yeah, that was one hell of a card. Some good fighting. UFC this week. It was good.
They started too early. I couldn't see all of it.
Oh man, we'll have to go over that again for you. That's some good fighting, that. I'd like to see that Molly knockout again. Oh yeah. Well, I don't know. Does anybody know if Palindrome Man's going live again with his comedy? Telescope. We'll have to see what the weather's going to be like. Whether he's got his new cables. It all seems a bit technical, like
the hung up cables.
I mean, for all of the hassle and how much it costs, you'd be better off with a P1000. You get some good pictures of the moon with a P1000. You'd have definitely got that working.
They do all these things, though, to do absolutely nothing.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what it is. I mean, like, you get a picture. I mean, you can get a nice picture of a lake or a tree or some grass. I mean, it doesn't really matter. You can get pictures of all sorts of stuff. But these guys go crazy for pictures of lights in the sky. And I don't know what the difference is. I don't. Fascination, I think. Maybe just me. No model. No point in a model.
How much room are you gonna give them? Now they have messengers to make amendments to a contest for the money. with unclear rules. Now they have messengers. I mean,
Yeah.
this is all very idiotic. Very, I can't shut up on this.
Yeah.
It's I
It's the
can't imagine.
salesman. It's the salesman.
Yeah, but everything is a scam in this. They don't engage in an honest way. It's a scripted losing game if you stay there and listen to them, and you just waste brain power on the same stuff over and over.
Time wasters, I call them.
I
Just
quite
to
like the
waste your
idea
time.
of seeing what he's coming in for. I mean, like, McToon could have easily send me a message and be done with it. You know, just let us know. And that'd be that. But for some reason, he needs to have trolls everywhere telling us, you know, without him saying it. Like I say, I know what you mean. It's dishonest. And even his challenge is dishonest. Because he knows it can't be done. Especially with the rules he's stipulated. He's stipulated a geometry that he's got to... You have to use a geometry that literally doesn't exist. And might have been made up by Nathan Oakley. I don't know. That would be embarrassing if he'd actually put a challenge out there and wrote some rules stating something that doesn't actually exist. I've got I can't remember where I put it. Okay, I'll find it in the pictures. No, I'm not going to find that way. We're going for globe proof. There is no globe proofs. That's why Dave Weiss, that's why McToon's made this challenge. Dave Weiss has done his Bitcoin thing for globe proofs. They know there is none. So McToon flips it. Put some really stupid stipulations on it. No different than what Dave did though, really. Dave doesn't really laid out the proof, because when we tried to do that, shout out to Proof Project 2022. It's coming to come back soon. But that's what started this off. Dave put a challenge out for a globe proof. We started asking around if anybody had any proof. And then it turned into if anybody knew what proof was. Turns out that they can't have a proof. Because they don't have a proof system. In order to have actual proofs, you need to have a logical framework with a truth value. And the truth value needs to hold true all the way through. But as we've found, they don't have that logical system. They've injected diletheism in somewhere. Which means that truth value doesn't, well, it never starts off. There's a truth and a falsehood. So you can't ever build on anything and have a proof. There's no foundation. But hopefully we're going to be looking into that a bit more. It's coming soon. Should be fun. That's going to be conversations that we need to have. But we're going to need to ask for permission to record. Although it should be free for if you're having the public-private public conversation and you're in it, you should be able to record it, I think. I would always record all of my conversations.
Who speaks these days without assuming that they're not being recorded? Let's be real.
Yeah. I know. But I know what these guys are like. Like, they want to take ownership. They want to take copyright of all of their words, even if somebody else is having a conversation with them. Like Palindrome Man. I think it's more about the silencing people than actually going and finding truths now. Especially within this little place we find ourselves. Right.
Pretty good Monday with Jose and Flat Earth Math. Not a bad showing at all.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks people for coming in. We even had Blue in the chat. I mean, we got that sorted with Blue and the rage quit on Jose's story to develop. We still don't know why it was and why Blue did leave, even though he still supports Jose. So, go on.
Even good old George was in the chat. Just cannot quit.
No. Well, I mean, when we start with the test and start talking about the test, which I think is going to be coming soon, I'm going to have to try and find a way to get these shared straight line segment, right line geometry, realizing Euclid. Ooh, flashy shit in the chat. Anybody want to do any final words? And while I'm doing the final words, have a shout out for the Buster tunes. What we're going to finish with? Anyone? Let us know. Anyone got any final words for today?
I won't risk it.
Well, that was good, Paige. That was good.
That was all right, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, because what gets me is the circle on the ground. I'm sitting here thinking about it. 2 coordinates. Okay, so I've got a circle. I've got a ball on the ground. I go up and I can go across. How do I know how far out on that ball I am, where I am on that curved bit? That's, they're using a flat circle. They must be using a flat circle.
What?
So that's it.
I often wonder because I've asked loads of them, how do they do it with 2 coordinates? I think they just assume because latitude and longitude they imagine works on their ball model, then they imagine they can do it, but I'm not too sure. It's just an angle and a time to me. And I wasn't aware that time was one of the 2 dimensions. It's amazing.
When they're saying 2D is 1 dimension in time.
Yeah, it's
so
an
not
angle,
even up
an
and
angle
across.
to the big light in the sky.
Oh, right.
And then the other one is just
yeah,
the
they're
time.
doing sky measurements, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah. An angle and time. And don't ask me about how time
Amazing.
works. But yeah, it was a shock to me to find that out. They'll say it's an angle, but I mean it's not, it's just time. Got anybody with the Buster song or anything? Any more final words? Buster song. Anyone?
You don't understand? We had
We already had
the other one this
Brenda.
morning and the other one yesterday. Oh, you had that one, did you?
Yeah, we started that one off, I think. Anyone want to recommend a Buster in the chat or anything? No? Okay then. I'm going to go with... I'm going to give you a one chance because this is my favorite.
He said Brenda Meltdown song.
Who said that?
FPV Angel.
Brenda Meltdown. Isn't that what we started it off with? I don't mind with Brenda.
They're all so good.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know any of the names. All right, well, here we go. This one. I like this one. This Buster, Dead Straight Lines.
Looking out upon the shore, I found balance and so much more. It's getting clearer all the time. All we see are all these dead straight lines, and show me what's in reality. And I won't compromise between the truth and lies. This is where I make my stand. Please don't take me to your la la land. It's all about geometry. All we see is horizontally. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy, and you can't bend cock disease. Something's happening to me. Don't remind me of how things used to be. We don't need no cigarettes.